rescue folks, the first responders, but the folks that may still be, in the river. They just don't have that much time before hypothermia sets in.
Gosh, yeah. Topper, the reality of this is sinking in with every moment that passes by. What we know here is the FAA has confirmed some sort of midair collision occurred on approach to Reagan National Airport. So this flight coming from Wichita somehow collides with a helicopter as it was trying to land at Reagan National Airport. It sounds like what you said is that the winds may not have really played a factor in what happened here.
I mean, it could have, but it probably didn't. Again, helicopters are a lot harder to fly than planes.
Right.
So if they get a gust of wind and they don't correct right away, it's possible. But my real question is, how is a helicopter in this space?
You said how is it in that space?
Yeah, how is it in that airspace?
So Joint Base Anacostia Bowling is to the east of Reagan National, so it's right across the river.
So it was a military helicopter?
So presumably at this point, that's typically the type of aircraft you see in that area. It can be, you can have commercial jets going in and out of Reagan, but you also have those military helicopters flying over the district at all hours.
That's right, and we don't know if in some way they were doing some sort of training exercise or they were doing some sort of, they were carrying out a mission when this happened. We just don't know. What we know is that this was a 60-passenger plane carrying, and we don't know if it was a full 60-passenger plane. We just know about the capacity of this small aircraft. Let's go back out, I think, if we can show you some video. If you're just joining us, we have been sharing the tragic news about a small plane crash that happened on approach to Reagan National Airport.
Yeah, this is EarthCam video we got a short time ago from near the Kennedy Center, and you're going to see that huge explosion there. Again, from what we're learning, this passenger plane, it was coming in for landing at Reagan National when, it collided with a helicopter right there near the airport.
Zoe, can I just interject for 1 second? We're hearing from our CBS colleagues that helicopter you just referenced was a Black Hawk helicopter. And so we are talking about a military helicopter here as we start to connect the dots here a bit more about what happened here. We don't know how this happened, but something tragic happened before 9 o'clock when that plane from Wichita, Kansas was attempting to land at Reagan National.
Yeah, and we're just learning, Les, that it was an American Airlines jet 5342. Again, what Les mentioned a moment ago, colliding with a Black Hawk helicopter there, not too far away from Reagan National. Again, American Airlines flight 5342 out of Wichita, Kansas, with a Black Hawk helicopter. And, for a point of reference as well, that Joint Base Anacostia Bowling, we talk about, the military helicopters going in and out of that area. We're talking all types of military aircraft, including the president's aircraft, Marine One. That's where it's stationed typically.
Absolutely.
So they're flying at all hours from that base.
They are, and we're learning a bit more from the FAA, and we're going to get to Alexis, our colleague Alexis, in just a moment. But we were told that this regional jet collided midair with this Black Hawk helicopter. This is coming from the FAA on approach to runway 33 at Reagan National Airport around 9 p.m. Around 9 p.m. Again, Zoe, as you mentioned, flight 5342 of American Airlines departing from Wichita, Kansas. And as I say that, I'm feeling something intensely here, because if you're listening at home and you're wondering, you may be wondering if this is your loved one. You may be hearing this information and knowing that someone that you know or you love was on this plane that sadly did not make it to Reagan National Airport right now. And we know about this emergency, massive response right now to try to save anybody. But as Topper mentioned, it's been an hour now.
It's been an hour.
In 40-degree temperatures in the water.
And you think as
really
well,
challenging.
If you have someone, if you were expecting a loved one here, that plane was getting ready to land.
Yeah.
So.
And there may, Zoe, there might have even been people waiting. For this plane to arrive. And so it is not lost on us as we share these details with you that so many lives have changed in this moment tonight, in this moment between 9 o'clock and now. Tragedy has unfolded.
We want to get to our Alexis Wayne right now. She is at Gravely Point, right at the tip of Reagan National Airport, the runway there. Alexis, give us a sense of what you're seeing on the ground and what you're hearing.
Well,
Well, you guys, I can tell you it's an active scene here now. A lot of crews coming together and trying to start with some of those rescues. Take a look here behind me. You can see a closer look here at the boat ramp, and you'll see Fairfax County Fire out here. We talked about several agencies helping and assisting with this response. We've seen several fire crews pull up to this park here, and they have started to put some of those boats in the water. One boat just returning back into the ramp here. So you can see crews going in and out of the water. Now further back, it's hard to see, but you may see some of those flashing lights. Those are other crews that are also out there on the river trying to help with this rescue. But what you're seeing right now is what we've been seeing for the last 5 to 10 minutes. Crews running back and forth, coming together, kind of trying to figure out a plan of how they're going to get out there on the water and help with this rescue. A lot really going on at this moment. We've been sirens on and off. And something else we want to show you right here behind us actually is some of the people who have pulled off of the roadway to actually get a closer look at what's been happening here. So a lot of people just curious and kind of in shock at this moment about what's going on after we heard about that crash. Now, if we walk further over here, this is the area where we've been seeing some of that staging going on. You can see several fire trucks here. We've also seen Fairfax County Police, Arlington Police. So a lot of them just kind of coming together, circling around each other, having conversations so they can figure out what they are going to do next when it comes to this rescue. So again, a chaotic scene. We've been seeing yellow tape go up within the last 5 to 10 minutes as well. A lot really happening here. But again, right now we're just seeing a lot of movement back and forth, people trying to figure out what they're going to do and how they can really come together as a team to continue some of those rescue efforts. So guys, haven't talked to many of these people out here just yet, but of course we'll stick here and continue to learn more. But for now, that's what we've been seeing.
Alexis, thank you for that perspective as we continue to talk about this tragedy occurred on the way to Reagan National Airport, where a small regional jet, American Airlines, coming from Wichita, Kansas, collided with a Black Hawk helicopter. And we do not know at this moment how many people's lives may be impacted. We know that jet, and I'll let you talk a bit more about that. So it was a 60-passenger jet.
All right, 60 passengers. That's how many people it could hold, but we're not sure how many people actually boarded that flight at the time, again, out of Wichita, Kansas. Took off at around 5:22 Central Time, so 6:22 our time. This was supposed to be a straight flight to D.C. It's supposed to be a safe flight to D.C. You know, we all board planes, and you expect to make it to your destination okay, safely.
Yeah.
You don't expect something like this. And we talk about these close calls at Reagan National Airport
and there have been
all the
several.
time.
Yeah.
This has even been an issue in Congress with them talking about adding additional flights.
And that's also one of the things that we have to talk about at some point, right? Because we know that the folks at Reagan were concerned about potentially adding more flights, that capacity and all of those things. We don't know whether that played a role in what's happening here tonight, but it's certainly something that's been on the radar. As you are looking at the screen at this mammoth emergency response to try to save lives, let's go out to our colleague, Matt Gregory. He's at Dangerfield Island, the boat launch, which is sort of south of this scene. Matt, you've got someone with you.
Yeah, so listen, while we've been here, just a little ago we were talking to you and kind of giving you a view of the scene here, and a young man came up to me, Jimmy Maisel. Come here, Jimmy. And Jimmy, you said that you were at Gravelly Point. Just give us an idea of what you saw this evening, what you were doing.
Yes, sir. So tonight I was at Gravelly Point with my girlfriend, and we were eating dinner there. You know, just like normal, just taking in the views, looking at the planes taking off. So yeah, it was just a good time. And then we started to notice the irregular patterns in the planes, and
what did you see? You said you were watching the planes coming in. We know they fly in that flight. What did you see?
We were watching the planes land, and they were all lined up in a row perfectly, you know. And then we sort of saw these white flares start flying out of the sky. We weren't sure if they were flares or what they were. Just some sort of light falling out of the sky. So we were kind of concerned, and then shortly after, we saw the planes disperse and go their own ways. They all went around, and I think they got deferred at their airports. But
the ones that usually take the flight pattern, they go straight.
Exactly.
They were kind of pulling away from Reagan.
Yes, sir. Yep.
And then what did you see?
And then we saw almost every available fire truck, police car, police boat, even on the DC side, all flooding to the airport and going to the river. And yeah, that's what we saw.
What were you thinking as you were watching all this happen?
We were very curious. I was very curious. we were wondering what was happening because it was a very large response, and at the time we didn't know what was happening, but we were just very curious about what was going on. So.
Kind of put us in your mindset of, as you're seeing all this happen, now you're finding out the information, like what is happening, what are you thinking right now?
Right now I'm just in awe. It's kind of crazy that we experienced what happened right there. It's unfortunate what happened, and I'm praying for everybody who was involved in it, and I'm sorry for everything that happened, but it was really crazy what went down.
Listen, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it, Jimmy. So, guys, that's what that's Jimmy, who say, as you just heard him say there, says a gravelly point. He was able to see something, looks like flares. He thought he now believes it was the plane crashing into the helicopters. We're finding out more information right now. I want to point out the scene because we're a little south, like he was pointing out. We're south of gravelly point in the runway. Again, there's a massive response that you can see over here. I know it's off the distance, it's hard to see, but the left portion outside the boat launch over there is where most of the police boats and fire boats are, from what we can tell. Now, as we come over across the Potomac a little bit further south this way, you can see just out over here, there's still another response there. And all the time that we're here, you're continuing to hear helicopters off the distance or circling around as they continue to look for what we believe to be survivors, elements of the wreckage, everything you can see kind of up there. And they've also come all as far as over here. I wanted to point something out because Topper was talking about this, and I don't know if Alexis was as well, but just standing here, it is probably about 20-30 degrees colder tonight than it was during the day today, and you can imagine just how cold the Potomac's been after weeks and weeks of frozen sub-zero temperatures over here, well, at least below freezing level temperatures. And I myself am quite cold, so you can see, like, this is just sort of what anyone who may have been they're looking for right now. These are some of the elements they're up against. Like Topper said, it's been going on for an hour now, so it's a very tense situation. Everyone here, by the way, as we're kind of doing our live shots and showing that there's just a very quiet, sort of almost like morning as everyone looks off. And there's a curiosity like Jimmy was talking about, but there's also a very quiet sense of something tragic has happened here. Back to you guys.
Yeah, again, we started getting calls about this. Police did at around, shortly before 9 o'clock, around 8:55. Tonight, with folks reporting seeing this huge explosion in the sky, wondering what went wrong.
Yeah, I think we have some of that Earth Cam video that illustrates what the young man who was talking to Matt Gregory might have seen, and we can pull that up. And we're going to be careful with this too, because we are reminded as we watch this moment, this point of impact between this American Eagle jet and a Black Hawk helicopter, that as you see that bright explosion there, that's the impact.
That is the impact.
That's the impact. That's the moment where lives changed.
That's
tonight.
Right. And Matt talked about how cold it is out there, and we know we heard from our chief meteorologist, Topper Shed, a short time ago. He talked about the water temperature, and it's 42 degrees. Right. And he says it takes about 30 to 90 minutes for hypothermia to set in. So obviously crews are moving quickly for a number of reasons, but that's also a factor as well. If you're talking about 9 o'clock, 10:15 now, you have roughly 15 more minutes before the hypothermia starts to set in. So these crews are moving quickly to try and recover as many people as possible. We understand that plane could hold at least 60 passengers. So they're trying to figure out who was on that plane, how many people they need to rescue, including the pilot, the crew, and also those folks who were aboard that Black Hawk helicopter.
Absolutely. And again, just being careful as we air this video, that we know that for some people that will be devastating to see, because their loved one was on that plane, or their loved one was in that Black Hawk helicopter, and lives have changed forever tonight. Again, just affirming here information from American Airlines, which says that they too are aware that this American Eagle flight 5342, operated by PSA with service from Wichita, Kansas to Washington Reagan National Airport, has been involved in an incident. I think we're going to go to our colleague Alexis Wainwright. She's at Gravelly Point with a
and you're
guest
speaking with someone there. Alexis, what are they telling you?
Yeah, well, we've been talking with several people who literally pulled off of the road to come over here to see what was happening. A lot of them concerned, wanting to make sure people are okay. So I have someone here. I know you live in the area. Just tell me, when did you first hear about this crash, and what made you decide to come over here and check it out?
Yeah, I was driving home on 395, and I got a text from my mom saying, look on Twitter, plane crashed at Potomac. I was like, what? I checked on Twitter,
and it's they said by Gravely Point. This is where I hang out all the time, and so I just wanted to drive by the area, see what was happening. Whole bunch of sirens, whole bunch of people pulling over to the side. I was like, might as well check it out. Call my girl, and she told me to cross the street and investigate. I'm just trying to see what's happening, and then you tell me that a plane and a helicopter both collided. I don't really know what's going on. I just hope they're okay. I know the water is cold and everything. Luckily, it was on a day where the river wasn't frozen, but you know, prayers to them. Hopefully they're doing good.
And often we talk with people about these things. You hear about them online, you see them on social media, but to actually live in this area and be here to witness some of the chaos going here on scene, what went through your mind when you saw all of that?
It's actually crazy how often it happens. I don't know if it's a around here thing, just something that follows me. I mean, I was like 10 minutes away from when that house blew up in Arlington. A plane crashed into a power line by my house in Montgomery Village. It's just things always happening around me, and I might as well just, you know, see what's going on, you know, figure out what's happening. I don't know if it's an omen or something, but, you know, hopefully everybody's good. That's the bottom line.
Okay, well, thank you so much. So again, the concern that he had here tonight is what we've been hearing from several people who are out here to check this out. Now, not too long ago when we first talked to you guys, we were showing you the boats and the rescue crews going out in the water. I can tell you within the last 5 to 10 minutes, they have all cleared out. You can hear some of the sirens here in the background now. They have blocked off this street right over here, and a lot of them are heading the opposite way. We're unsure where exactly they're headed right now, but again, we know that they have to move quickly because of the low temperatures right now, and we know that that plane is in the water. So a lot happening here. We can continue to hear crews responding from several different agencies. We saw Fairfax County, DC Fire, all of them really just coming together to respond as quickly as possible. So we're going to try to move to that next area and update you as we learn more. But for now, reporting live, Alexis Wainwright. We'll send it back to you guys.
Alexis, thank you. All those lights and sirens sounding the effort, the emergency, huge response to try and get to whoever may be on either that plane or in that helicopter that collided as the American Eagle flight headed into National sadly did not reach its destination.
Yeah, the urgency here. You can see here's a live look down from Sky 9, looking down there at the Potomac. Closer to your screen is where you have, presumably here, if we're making it out correctly, Joint Base Anacostia Bowling. And then on the left-hand side of your screen, that's part of the runway at Reagan National Airport. And you can see here where a lot of those fire boats are centered. You know, we're assuming based on what we're looking at here, this is where they believe that plane went down into the Potomac. This is where their efforts are centralized at the moment.
Yeah, the plane, and this may not make a lot of sense to the layperson at home because you know you come down on the runway, but you may not know which runway. But we understand this plane was attempting to come down runway 33. We have not seen any pieces of this aircraft that we can make out from the water right now. And we have the benefit of the light and some distance to be able to see what's happening. So imagine how challenging this is for the responders out there that are battling the cold of the water, the difficult terrain, having to get to the aircrafts, trying to find survivors and pull them to safety, or trying to pull them out of whatever is left of these two aircraft.
And making matters worse, Les, is what we talked about before. This crash happened mid-air.
Yes.
So who knows where the debris is at this point? Who knows where, you know, sadly, folks may have landed. So they're not only in the water at this point, but you heard some of those rescue crews behind Alexis. They're searching this entire area to figure out, to try and put this all together.
A huge debris field, right? If the plane was in one area, right, and everybody could sort of run to that area and get in and sort of circle that area, it certainly would make it a lot easier. But when you've got a debris field that expands over parts of the Potomac River and you don't even know where it is yet, you can see how this is a huge effort underway right now.
And trying to get as many people into the water as possible. You're talking about this massive response. We know these agencies in our region, they prepare for these types of moments all the time to work together. DC Fire and EMS, U.S. Park Police, trying to coordinate this effort to figure out who's going to go where. You can see they've all responded. They started getting calls shortly before 9 o'clock tonight. So we're approaching an hour and a half of this this incident here that you're talking here, and the quick response and quickness to try and rescue as many people as possible.
It is 10:22 right now, and if you are just joining us, we have been sharing the very tragic news about two planes that collided, two aircraft that collided. What we know is that an American Eagle flight coming from Wichita, Kansas, was headed to Reagan National Airport but did not make it there. It collided midair with a Black Hawk helicopter. We have seen video of that explosive moment, and now this is the aftermath, where scores of first responders are scouring the cold, damp, deep waters of the Potomac River at this hour, trying to find the loved ones of people who were on those two aircraft. Imagine the people who may have landed at Reagan and had loved ones waiting for them at Reagan National Airport, who are now just racked with agony, waiting to find out something about the people they love.
Yeah, and at this point, you're just talking about the search and rescue effort underway. A lot of folks are still asking as well how something like this could have happened. Again, you have Reagan National Airport there to the west. You have Joint Base Anacostia Bowling to the east. Both have aircraft going out at all hours of the day. Typically, you would have, air traffic control coordinating all these movements, all these aircraft to make sure something like this doesn't happen. So we have to figure out what went wrong, what caused that passenger plane, that jet, to collide with this military aircraft.
I think that's the thing that so many people are wondering about. How could a passenger jet and a military helicopter collide at night as a plane is attempting to land at Reagan National Airport? To your point, something went very, very wrong. We know that at this point, takeoffs and landings have stopped into Reagan National Airport, understandably, given the efforts right now to try to bring folks to safety, or at least give answers to families that are desperate for them right now. We know the terminal is still open, and we know these open waters of the Potomac may hold the lives of countless people right now, people who meant something to their loved ones, who have no idea right now about their health and safety.
Yeah, we talked about this plane coming in for landing from Wichita, Kansas. This is the point of the flight where, based on the images we saw, close to landing, this is when you're sitting back, waiting to land. You're landing for business, landing to see some of your loved ones perhaps, to reunite, and then it collides there midair with a helicopter. We should point out again a number of crews out there trying to rescue as many people as possible, not just there in the waters, but you also have helicopters in the skies. For those of you watching us, you might hear them. It is going to be loud. There are plenty in the skies using that thermal imaging radar, presumably as well, to figure out where people are.
I know because of how this area is proximate to Joint Base Anacostia Bowling, some people watching right now may be wondering, well, what was occurring here? What was happening with this helicopter? We're waiting for answers. We don't actually have much information about what that Black Hawk helicopter was doing, what the mission was, what put those two aircraft so close together at the same time with a tragic collision.
And you talk about timing too, that's what you think about. Had it been a second later, a second sooner, perhaps we may not have been here, but as Les mentioned, it's not clear what caused those two collide, what went wrong with the passenger jet, what went wrong with the Black Hawk helicopter. That is unknown, but what we do know is mid-air, the two collided, went right down there into the Potomac River near Reagan National Airport and Joint Base Anacostia Bowling. And search and rescue efforts are underway right now to find as many people who may have been involved in this as possible. Again, we know that passenger jet could hold at least 60 people, not including the flight attendant and the crew, but those passengers. Hopefully it was not a full flight. Hopefully, they don't have to rescue as many people right now.
I think when people see plane crashes, you see that you see yourself, right? You've been on a plane, whether it was a small regional jet or a larger plane. You know what happens as you're about to descend. You know where your mindset is. I'm getting ready to get off the plane. I'm getting off to go see my loved ones, or to go see this thing that I came for, whether it's a business meeting or pleasure, who knows, or you're just visiting. And to think they would have had no way of knowing that these would be their last moments.
Right.
You board a plane and you take for granted that you're going to make it to your destination because, quite honestly, American air travel is so safe.
Yeah.
Air travel in general is so safe. And so I guess that's why we really have to find out what went wrong and what happened here.
Yeah, but again, if you're just joining us tonight, we're looking at a massive search and rescue operation underway in the Potomac River near Reagan National Airport after a passenger jet and a helicopter there, a military helicopter, collided shortly before 9 o'clock tonight midair. Again, as Topper mentioned, the water there, that's another factor. Not only is it dark, it's tough to make out what's happening there in the water here on your screen. So imagine what those crews are dealing with on the water right now. It is also freezing out. So they're trying to get those folks out of the water.
You know, time really is of the essence, and you have been really talking to us about that in real terms, talking about the wind, talking about the water, talking about the temperatures, and just how challenging this is for rescuers and, quite frankly, for any person that may be able to survive in these conditions.
Yeah, I mean, I think 90 minutes is tops. I mean, that seems to be tops. It can be as quick as 30 minutes to get hypothermia with temperatures low 40s. I mean, your core body temperature falls very quickly. The wind that we found around 9:15 was a 26-mile-per-hour wind gust. But again, the wind advisories were gone. The high winds were pretty much a thing of the past. So we're not so sure. We're not saying wind caused it. But let's take a look at the airport, okay? So here we go. There's the airport, all right, right there. And not too far away, this is Joint Base, right there. So this is, not that far away at all. And if they're doing exercises, it's, again, not a very far way to fly. But the thing is, we had pretty strong winds out of the west-northwest. So they're going to use this runway 3315. At 33, it means it's pointing toward northwest direction. They try to land planes into the wind. And here's a Buzzards Point over here, and then Joint Base is just across the river right there. So very, proximity. This is probably, not 100% sure, but probably the path or the approach of the airplane as it tried to land on runway 33 going into those headwinds. And something happened over here in the Potomac, not far from Joint Base, and that's the problem. And again, the water temperature is 42 degrees, and that is just, it's about what it was when the truck went over the Memorial Bridge the other week. It hasn't really changed, and it's very, very dangerous. Now, our rescue folks are in wetsuits, but any possible survivors, 42 degrees is not good. That is not a good temperature. Could it be colder? Yes. There's no more ice on the Potomac right now, I don't think, at least in that area, but there was earlier. So again, Joint Base is just not far away from this at all. I mean, there clearly are the runways at National, and right there is Joint Base Camp Springs, right there. It's this huge area. So it's not particularly far, but if a plane were coming in and then circling around and then landing into the wind, that would be runway 1533, and that's more than likely the runway they were using going into the wind. And then the helicopter was over here doing a maneuver or something. We really just don't know. We do know it was a military craft, Sikorsky 60, I think. So it's possible that one of them got off course. I don't know, but I think this is the path or the approach of the airliner took to land on runway 33, which is into the wind. That's what I think. So we'll see. But the real problem, guys, is the water temperature. I mean, it's 42 degrees, so every minute counts. Back to you guys.
Every minute counts. We can tell you that President Trump has been briefed on this incident and is very much aware and watching as all of this is evolving tonight on our screen. Again, this happened just before 9 o'clock tonight. That American Eagle flight destined to land at Reagan National tragically did not. There was a midair collision with a Black Hawk helicopter. We are not sure why. We are hearing that this was a 60-passenger small jet. We do not know how many people were on there, But most certainly we know, tragically, there have been some people who lost their lives tonight.
Which is tough to take in at this moment. But a lot of folks are helping out with this effort in our region. We just learned a short time ago from WMATA's General Manager, Randy Clark. He says that they are sending warming buses to Dulles right now. That's where some of those flights are being diverted as well tonight. So you're going to see a huge presence there. And also adding a few lines to the trains to the Silver Line to help folks who may be trying to get into town who are landing at Dulles instead.
Yeah, we cannot forget that as first responders are centered on what's happening right now in the water, there is still a terminal that's open. Reagan National was still open, and so people were expecting to leave the airport and go to their destinations, which is why you said those warming buses have been helping to get people to Dulles, where they can hopefully then get to their destinations. I think we've got a WFAA colleague that we're going to bring into the conversation now.
On the phone with us right now?
Yeah, Lorenzo and Leslie, can you hear us?
Hey, there you are.
We
good
can
to
hear
hear
you.
from you. Sorry that this is what we have to talk about right now, but we're primarily focusing on American Airlines. We know they are based in Dallas, which is where you are, and how they respond to these sorts of situations. What sort of insight can you give us?
Yeah, sure. You know, American, like all major airlines, has go teams ready to go, emergency response teams that will be responding to this crash scene. I would bet departing tonight, if they're not already probably in the air. These are, members of different work groups, flight attendants, pilots, corporate folks, things like that. And the crash team is mainly going to be immediately, what's of paramount importance now are the passengers who are on there. They'll be going through the manifest, contacting the relatives of the American Airlines employees, relatives of those who were on the actual aircraft involved in this tragedy. From what we're hearing now, 60 people were on board this aircraft, 4 crew members. There'll be 2 pilots and 2 flight attendants, one usually up front in the aircraft, the other flight attendant in the back of the aircraft. The CRJ-700 is the aircraft that we're told this is, and the CRJ is Canadian regional jet. It's a very common smaller type aircraft that flies, and Reagan is one of American's main hubs. Ever since the U.S. Airways American Airlines merger a decade ago or so, Americans really concentrated a lot on Reagan. So in addition to American, the NTSB, obviously, as you've been mentioning, FAA, CRJ from Canada, they'll be there along with the federal government trying to figure out what happened. And as the first responders are in the Potomac trying to find survivors here, if there are any, let's hope there are, the other issue here that investigators will be looking at, I think 3 things, really. Number one, was the American jet on the correct approach path and the correct altitude lined up there correctly with the runway as instructed by air traffic controllers? The second, based on the video that I've seen from the Kennedy Center, I think you guys have seen this as well, did the helicopter pilots drift in to that active approach pattern for Reagan Airport? The American jet, from the video at least, had its bright landing lights on and probably didn't see the helicopter till the last minute. But with bright landing lights on, the people on the helicopter likely should have seen something. If they were doing circles over the Potomac like the data from flight radar shows, there's usually at least one person on the helicopter who would be essentially a spotter, someone looking for other air traffic, especially in a heavily congested area like DCA is. And then the final thing I think that investigators will be looking at is the chance that air traffic controllers may have given both the helicopter and the regional jet permission to be in the same place at the same time. You guys have covered it in D.C. We've covered it in Dallas-Fort Worth. It's not unusual for these mistakes to happen. It's never led to anything like this, but I think those are the 3 issues that investigators will be looking at in the coming days. What's of paramount importance, though, right now, or whether any survivors made it through this tragedy.
Hey, Jason, as you talk about this scenario that you are able to kind of put together as you look at the video and from your vast knowledge of covering aviation, the passenger jet would not have had a whole lot of time to respond.
Yeah, that's a good point, Leslie. And approach and departure are the 2 most dangerous times because you're at a high speed and you're so close to the ground. So this aircraft was on short final, essentially. It was coming across the Potomac River, you know, a few hundred yards away from touchdown, and there was really nothing that the pilots could do. They're slowing the aircraft down. They're bringing it down in altitude, and there's, you know, if you veer right or left, you don't know if there's other aircraft on either side of you. It's dark outside. The ground is maybe 100, 200 feet below you. There's not a lot of room at all for error here.
And Jason, I take it this will also impact air travel, obviously, for the rest of the night, across the country perhaps, and maybe even into tomorrow?
Yeah, I would say at least through the next 12 to 24 hours here, because you know, it's an active scene there on the Potomac. And as I mentioned too, you know, American really concentrates on Reagan, Philadelphia, Chicago, Miami, DFW, and Los Angeles. But Reagan is a huge hub for American jets, not just American, but every United, Delta, everyone is coming in and out of Reagan. Dulles is going to have a lot of traffic for a while as people try to come and go from D.C. until the investigators and first responders can get this thing sorted out.
Hey, Jason, these are workhorse planes, aren't they? I mean, they go back and forth and back and forth, so these pilots would have known this airspace back and forth, left and right.
Absolutely, that's a good point. Now, the other thing to keep in mind too, Leslie, is that the pilots on a regional jet are usually the more junior pilots. There could be some senior people who've been flying for years on there, but usually start on a regional jet and you work your way up to what's called the main line, the larger Boeing jets that you'd fly. Still, though, it's not to take away from the pilots who are flying this. They may be very experienced pilots. The other thing to think about too is the flight from Wichita. The crew, the four crew, were likely based probably in Washington, D.C. Wichita doesn't have a what's called an air base for pilots and for flight attendants there. So they're either going to be Washington, D.C. based pilots and flight attendants, or they're going to be coming in from other places like DFW, Philadelphia, or maybe Charlotte, somewhere like that. But just keep in mind, we don't hear about this very often. The American aviation system is at its safest point ever, and that's why it's so unusual for something like this to happen. But Leslie, you made a great point. If they were up 3,000 or 4,000 feet, there'd be room, and if it was daylight, you could see what's in front of you. But when it's dark, you're that low to the ground, there's really not a lot of time to do anything.
Yeah, but Jason, at the same time, you're talking about Black Hawk helicopter, those pilots who we're going to assume here are incredibly experienced. You also have the pilots for a commercial airliner. You assume they're experienced as well. You also mentioned that landing. This is one of the toughest aspects of the flight. But this area is so different because you do have this military base right across the Potomac from an airport where you're getting traffic in and out at all hours of the day.
Yeah, and that's what's surprising. As you mentioned there, Lorenzo, the experience for the military pilots there. If it was, I've heard U.S. Park Police, I've heard military. You guys probably have better information on that. But regardless, the government pilots were likely very experienced pilots. And from the data that I've been looking at from Flight Radar shows that helicopter doing circles over the Potomac. I don't know if they were looking for something, if they were training, or exactly what was going on. But when you're doing that and you're doing a circle, you're usually looking down inside the circle for something or whatever your training mission may be. You still usually have a spotter, especially in a high traffic area like that area is around DCA. You have someone looking out for other air traffic out there, especially that low with planes coming in when you're on the edge of the runway like that. That's why I think the third thing that investigators will be looking at is whether air traffic controllers may have given both the helicopter and the regional jet permission to be in the same place at the same time. They may look at that and rule that out almost immediately, but I promise you that's one of the things that they will be examining.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you, Jason. We're obviously looking at the search and rescue operation underway right now. This has been going on for nearly 2 hours. So how soon should they have some idea of what may have gone wrong?
Well, at this point, I would bet there are journalists who are going back and listening to the air traffic control recordings that are available to anybody online. So People are probably putting that together right now, trying to find out if it was a permission issue. But if it wasn't a permission issue, then you go back to asking whether the American jet was on the correct approach to that runway, the correct approach path, and the correct altitude. Was it too high? Was it too low? Was it where it was supposed to be? And if the airplane was coming in where it was supposed to be at the correct altitude, then the next question is, according to the video, did the pilots of the helicopter drift into the approach path for that regional jet? And it's too early to know whether it's any one of those three things, but one of those three things is likely going to be the cause for this.
You know, Jason, as I'm listening to you talk tactically about all of the particulars here, who saw what, who showed what was happening leading up to this, it hits me that there are a plane full of people who actually didn't see this coming. They probably had no idea how they were in grave danger. They knew they were about to land, and then it all blew up.
Yeah, Leslie, I thought about that just before our phone call just a moment ago too, how the people on the plane, the pilots may have seen something at the last second, but nobody else on the aircraft knew anything. It was over before they knew anything. So if there is anything that's good about there wasn't any terror involved, any sheer moments of fear like that anybody had. But still, it's anytime you fly in and out of Reagan, you're banking hard to the right or the left to avoid that restricted airspace. So that's what strikes me, Lorenzo, is what you said too. Experienced pilots with a commercial, company, American Airlines, experienced pilots with the U.S. government. Was it complacency? What led to this? Because this is something that just does not happen when you consider how safe our aviation system is right now.
It's a reminder of the fragility of life in so many ways, that you get on the board a plane and you put your life in the pilot's hands and you just assume that you will make it to your destination. No one ever thinks that what we're talking about tonight is even possible. Yeah. And Jason, as we're talking with you, I'm looking here and I can see at this point that the hospital that might have received some survivors to even give some treatment to, they have not gotten anyone from this plane crash. Not a soul.
That's heartbreaking to hear. When I first thought of this, even though the circumstances were different, I immediately went back to the 1980s to the Air Florida crash, which was winter weather, and it was different. But as your reporter mentioned a moment ago too, the temperature of the water, the violent collision of midair collision there, and the speeds involved, it would be probably tough to survive this. But let's hope that the hospitals see someone here soon. It's such a tragedy.
Yeah, and we know that it was a full flight. Really quickly, Jason, before we let you go, do we know why this plane would have been off of its usual path? What factors may have played a role there?
Yeah, we don't know that yet. And if a plane is off of its path, you guys know this in D.C., the FAA gets involved immediately. Sometimes the military may get involved as well. So, as you mentioned, Lorenzo, a moment ago, these pilots flying into DCA know what's involved with the approaches here. So, if they were 100 feet too high, the aircraft is going to let them know. The runway landing lights will let the pilots know that, and the air traffic controllers would alert that as well too. So there are a number of things. The pilots may be landing the plane manually.
Jason, did we lose you? It sounds like we lost him, but we thank you, Jason. He's out of WFAA, our partner station there in Dallas, Texas, which is where American Airlines is based. The center of this incident today, American Airlines Flight 5342.
Yeah, we thank him for his great expertise there. Jason, did we get you back?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. We didn't lose you. Okay, you were in the middle of a thought.
Yeah, we're having severe weather here, so I apologize. It may have been lightning, here that have caused that. But when the pilots are on approach, they may be landing it manually with the yoke, with the stick of the aircraft, but they're still following the flight path and the flight trajectory that the onboard computer that they put into the onboard computer for landing at a specific runway. So there's, again, it's too early to speculate about what might have happened, but one of those three things is likely. And Lorenzo, you made a great point about the experience involved here, the uniqueness of this airport. It's not Dulles, it's not farther out. This is a highly special airport that trained people are flying into, and that's why so many questions are surrounding this. But at the end of the day, it's likely going to be a controller issue. It's likely going to be the helicopter pilots either drifting into the approach path, or the American jet may have been off the correct approach path or not on the correct altitude.
Yeah, we're showing folks at home, you're looking at FlightAware. That is the path of this flight, American Airlines 5342. And I can't help but keep thinking about what Jason mentioned a little earlier, the folks with American Airlines who have to respond to these sorts of disasters, and identifying the folks who may have been on this plane, and also trying to get in touch with their loved ones as well.
Passenger manifest,
yes.
all of those things that we just...
These people.
That's right. We take all of this for granted. Jason, we thank you for your time tonight and for your expertise and for your humanity as we are talking about the impact on so many lives here, and just the clarity that you were able to provide, and reminding us in a lot of ways that this flight crew was likely based here in D.C.
Yeah.
They were heading home.
Yeah.
They were heading home. Jason, you all...
Thank you, guys, and good luck.
All right, my friend. Take good care there, and you be safe in that severe weather that you all are enduring.
Yeah, let us know if you hear anything else
All right,
new.
thank you.
Okay, we want to go to our Simone D'Alba now, who's in the newsroom with some new information. Simone, what can you tell us?
Yeah, guys, we've been working our sources. The newsroom is making phone calls, and we have some new information to bring you right now. We know that 6 passengers were on board the plane, along with 4 crew members. We also know that the U.S. Army has confirmed that the helicopter was one of theirs. Also, a number of leaders have been tweeting. I wanted to read you a few of them. We have D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser tweeting, quote, "Our prayers are with everyone involved. We'll continue to keep the public updated as more info becomes available." We do know the White House press secretary has said that President Donald Trump is aware of the situation. He has been briefed. The FAA, of course, if you guys have been talking about, has grounded all planes at Reagan National. It does still remain closed at this hour. Well, we're starting to hear from witnesses, especially on Twitter. There was one person who was talking about they watched a stream of sparks coming off the plane as it banked right, and they watched all of this from the George Washington Parkway. So again, the main takeaway per the official flight manifest for the American Airlines flight, 60 passengers, 4 crew members on that flight.
I think at this moment, Simone, I think a lot of us were trying to remain optimistic. We knew that this passenger jet could hold a lot of folks, 60 people, and we were hoping that this is just one of those flights that may not have been fully booked. But we're hearing from you and getting this confirmation that 60 passengers were on board, along with the crew, 2 pilots and 2 flight attendants. And right now, work is underway to locate those folks in the Potomac River.
Our sources in here and trying to gather your information to find out what happened. So I'll touch back with you in just a little bit.
Simone, do us a favor, too.
Yes.
We're having a little bit of trouble hearing you. So as you're troubleshooting in there and getting some information, we'll come back to you in just a little bit. Thank you so much for that update. We can tell you right now that all flights at Reagan National have been stopped. So nothing coming in, nothing going out. And we know that there were these warming buses that are transporting people from National to Dulles who were expecting, anticipating, leaving tonight from Reagan National. Clearly that is not going to happen given this tragic situation that is unfolding before our eyes. So it's been nearly 2 hours, since that first call came in about an explosion. And we learned about the tragedy here as this flight was attempting to land at Reagan National Airport coming from Wichita, Kansas. Let's go to our colleague, Matt Gregory. He's been at Dangerfield Island, which is sort of south of this area where this is all happening. Matt, what are you seeing? What are you learning? And who have you talked to?
Guys, I mean, this is The best way to put it is, I've been listening to you guys all night. This is the nightmare. This is a tragedy, and we're slowly seeing the details here on the ground. What we're trying to get a better sense of is sort of what the rescue and recovery efforts look like. Before we get to show you this, like you've been pointing out, it is cold. I'm freezing right now, and I'm not in the water. The water, like Topper says, about 40 degrees. So this is just obviously something that's making the rescue and recovery efforts that would already be difficult significantly more serious in this situation. But let's give you an idea of what this is over here. So it's off in the distance, and I apologize for that, but we want to show you to give your bearings of what Leslie and Lorenzo were talking about. What you're seeing right now as you're coming in, this is the kind of tip of Reagan National Airport where the runways begin. This is the runway that we believe, after looking at FlightAware, that this American Airlines flight was taking on its way in. It was coming up from the south, according to FlightAware. Working to confirm that. As we move to the right, and you can see all those right there, you see all the police and fire signals. Those are, we believe to be the paramedics and other rescue apparatus over on that side. Now, as you go to the right, you can see sort of off in the distance, a couple of different lights flashing red and yellow right here. Those are boats that are off into the Potomac River. They're just sort of off there. We've seen a little bit of activity of things coming over there. We're not sure, but we're working to learn more about what that is. Is that part of rescue efforts bringing things over? Are there survivors, we're hoping, and they're coming in that way? As we go further right, and all this time while you're here, there's 2 helicopters circling. According to some of the sources I've been talking to, those are Coast Guard helicopters. There is a Coast Guard base right south of Reagan. As you get to the right over here, this is another interesting thing. This is probably, if I had to guess, about a half mile, maybe more, from where the concentration of the rescue efforts are. And this looks like a staging area here off to the right. But remember, it's cold, it's windy, there is a significant amount of current. So these helicopters are circling and trying to make sure, from what we can see, what is drifting, where it's drifting, and how far they have to go. But again, off to the right over there, what you're looking at, that is what we believe is like the staging area for many of the rescue crews. You can see the flashing lights over in that general direction. As we've been here, we were the first ones here on the scene, right at the Washington Sailing Club Marina. More and more folks have been showing up, more to see, to witness what's going on. Obviously, other international news crews are here. But this is kind of the point where everyone is to see sort of the magnitude of this catastrophe right here. And you can see there's police boats and cars going up and down on the runways here. Now, in terms of talking to people, earlier today, while we were doing our first report, earlier this evening I should say, a young man came up to us and he said, "I saw it." And we wanted to be able to show you kind of his sound. He's left since now. He's really trying to, you could tell when you looked at him, he's a little bit shell-shocked in this whole incident. And he really wanted to express sort of how in awe he was of what happened. But, in the moments, this is what he told us. If we can play that sound about what Jimmy Maisel saw earlier tonight. Take a listen.
So tonight, I was just with my girlfriend at the park, at Gravelly Point Park, right next to Reagan National Airport. And we were eating dinner, just as normal, taking in the nice views. And we noticed the planes started having irregular patterns, and they all kind of dispersed from their regular landing patterns. And then we looked up in the sky before that, and we saw these white flare.
What were you thinking when you saw these white flares?
We didn't think much of it. We thought they were like shooting stars. I don't know. I couldn't really explain it, but we didn't really think much of it until we saw the fire trucks start going out to the tarmac and the police cars and the police boats. It was insane. It was really insane.
What can you, for people who didn't see it, what did you feel as you're watching all this happen?
I felt very curious. I wondered what the giant response was for. I was just like waiting for the answer. So I was very like on edge, trying to find out.
And now have you kind of heard a little more about, we're kind of getting details coming out. What is it, to your understanding, that you've heard is what's going on?
From my understanding, it's that a American Airlines flight came into contact or had a crash with a military helicopter right before landing. So
Who was telling you that? Was there any?
I think it was released by the FAA.
Oh, my question is, you were at Gravelly Point. This has just changed the whole night. What do you think about all this as you're kind of standing here looking at all the response going on?
I'm really just in awe. Of course, it's terrible what happened tonight, but I think that it's crazy that we got to experience what happened tonight. But I'm, praying for all the all the people that were involved in this. So.
Are you going through your head trying to think about what you saw? Now you remember you seeing the flares. Like,
yeah.
You're kind of re-remembering it, or?
Yeah, I'm like re-remembering like the flares, and then like shortly thereafter, all the police cars and fire trucks just started flooding on the tarmac and on the airport.
Yeah, so as we're over here, and while you were hearing Jimmy's sound, I noticed something happening over here at Reagan Airport. There's a line of emergency crews and cars that are starting to head down the runway. Now remember, we're south of Reagan. Your terminal is to your left, but what you're seeing is a long line, if you can see it right there, of what look like large emergency vehicles headed that way in a straight line towards the edge of the runway here on the south portion tip of Reagan. No doubt we've actually seen sort of where the crash happened, which is off to the right of what you're seeing. That's sort of drawn down. At least we're seeing fewer and fewer boats out in the water over there, and more emergency crews heading to the south end of the Reagan runway. Now, we're working to learn more about that. Obviously, we have Simone back at the station working to work the sources to find out what this significant response means. Are they bringing in survivors? Are they bringing in things? What is that? We're going to keep working around here, talking to folks, trying to get a general sense of their understanding of what's going on here. But like I said, this is it's a cold night. This is the worst nightmare. This is a tragedy of epic proportions, it already looks like. And we're just doing our best to figure out exactly how to make sense of what happened tonight on the Potomac. Back to you guys.
Yeah, Matt, talking about that response you saw there on the banks of the river, typically when you talk about these first responders and their training, they tell you they sort of station these vehicles right along the river where they assume they may find some of these folks, so that if they do recover someone, rescue someone from the water, they can take them to that ambulance right away and get them the treatment they need. So the rescue efforts seem to be centralized, centered on that area where you are right now, where we saw those ambulances.
Yeah, and Matt, you also talked about the Coast Guard, and we're looking at a message from the Homeland Security Secretary, Kristi Noem, talking about how they are deploying, and when I say we, the United States is deploying every available U.S. Coast Guard resource for these efforts here, and they are monitoring and stand ready to support the local first responders. This is a huge, not just tragedy for this city, but really a tragedy for the nation. Mm-hmm. That on a cold night here, Wednesday night, this flight was expecting to land here in Washington, D.C. from Wichita, Kansas, probably with a crew on board that called this home, with 60 passengers coming here, perhaps for business, maybe for pleasure, maybe to see their families. They had no time to react, and likely did not even realize that they were in a catastrophic situation that was about to unfold because of this midair collision with a Black Hawk helicopter.
And we talked about this before. This is the moment of the flight where you think you're done.
That's
you're
right.
ready to land. You assume that all is good to go.
Right now on the news at 11, we are following some major breaking news near Reagan National Airport. You have been with us for hours. We've been sharing this with you. A massive rescue operation is underway after a passenger jet crashed into the Potomac River, and you are looking live at the efforts to try to find anybody, to save someone out there. That plane went down after colliding midair with the Army Black Hawk helicopter.
Yeah, you can see the collision right here. We know this is tough to watch on this video from EarthCam we got a short time ago. We're learning new details by the minute, but here is what we know as of 11 o'clock on a Wednesday night. This plane was coming from Wichita, Kansas, and operated by American Airlines. The collision happened as the plane was trying to land at Reagan National Airport. We're told 60 passengers and 4 crew were on board when that plane went down. So right now, police have not confirmed any fatalities. We should point that out, and all flights in and out of Reagan National Airport have been halted. Thank you for being here with us at 11 o'clock. I'm Lorenzo Hall.
It has been a long night, and it is destined to be a very long one. I'm Leslie Foster. We've got team coverage for you as we work to piece together what happened here. Alexis Wainwright, Matt Gregory, and Larry Miller are all on this story for us tonight. It is all hands on deck here for us here at WUSA 9. Our Larry Miller is live at Reagan National Airport, where we know there are no flights coming in or going out. And there were quite an effort to get the people who were stuck there out of there and off on their way to Dulles Airport?
Well, absolutely, Leslie and Lorenzo. I want to let you know, maybe about 5 minutes ago, I just wrapped up one of the most heartbreaking interviews of my professional career. A gentleman, along with another family member, was waiting to get information on his wife, that was on that American Airlines flight coming from Wichita, Kansas, into Reagan National. He showed me the text message, that the last one that he received from his 26-year-old wife, where she said that she was preparing to land in about 20 minutes. And that was the last message that he received from her. I asked him what's going through his mind. How is he feeling? And you can see him visibly shocked. We're working on trying to get that sound turned around in studio. Once you guys get that sound prepared, let me know and I'll certainly toss to it. But it was heartbreaking to hear what this man was going through. I asked him what sort of information had he received from the airline. He said nothing. Anything from investigators? Nothing. He said it wasn't until he looked on social media that he realized something had happened, and he brought his way down here to the airport. We have that sound ready. Let's take a listen.
I'm just praying that somebody's pulling her out of the river right now as we speak. That's all I can pray for. I'm just praying to God.
When was the last time you spoke with her?
She texted me that they were landing in 20 minutes.
Can you show us a text message that you got from her?
Landing in 20 minutes. The rest of my text did not get delivered. That's when I realized something might be up.
That's when he realized something might be up, when he didn't get a response from his wife who was on that plane. I asked him about his wife. He said that she went to Wichita, Kansas for work, and that she always had a fear of flying, that she never really was comfortable. And tonight he is waiting desperately for answers. He's by his phone trying to talk with anyone that could potentially give him some information. I told him the little bit of information that we had and provided that to him. But you saw him along with another family member pacing this terminal, Terminal 2, trying to get answers about his wife that was on that American Airlines flight. Guys.
You know, that gentleman that you talked with reminds us that the plane crashed, but dreams crashed, hopes crashed, lives crashed. So much happened when that plane did not land on runway 33 like it was supposed to tonight.
It's also a reminder that this is so paralyzing. You know, usually during disasters, during events like this, these emergency responses, you know, we're told to do something, to move and do something to respond, to help or protect yourself. But you're reminded there with Hamad that, you know, there's nothing you can do. You know, those search and rescue crews are out in the water right now, hopefully there to rescue Hamad's wife, along with the other passengers who were on that plane at the time. But like a lot of folks, they just have to sit and wait. Yeah.
It's so heartbreaking too, Larry, because as he shared with you, his wife had a fear of flying. And so this was probably her worst nightmare, and the worst nightmare for so many people tonight. All right, we'll get back to you as soon as we get some more information, and as soon as you get some more information that you want to share. We're going to toss it over to our colleague Matt Gregory now, though.
Larry, thank you. Matt Gregory has been there out near Reagan National for most of the night. And Matt, what are you hearing? What are you seeing out there?
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing a continued changing dynamics of the rescue efforts here and the recovery efforts. And like Lorenzo and I, if you're just joining us, he and I were talking just earlier about sort of what this looks like right now. So let's give you an idea of how this rescue effort is going on and recovery effort. So what you're looking at to the left here, where you see the flashing lights, this is Reagan's runway, right, just off to the side, jutting out into the Potomac. Now, over the last 30 minutes or so, you see this concentration over on the left of your screen of lights. That's where we saw a majority for a little bit over there. Now it's coming over here to the right a bit. This is where we're seeing more and more. We saw a bunch of emergency apparatuses, ambulances, things heading in that direction. Lorenzo's right. One of the things that you're looking at on a recovery effort is to get the crews as close to the water as you can so they can immediately administer any sort of first aid. Obviously, temperatures in the water are near freezing. They're about 42. So hypothermia, any sort of cold-related medical issues, you're going to want to get them treatment right away. So we've seen a concentration right there of emergency crews heading that way over the last 30 minutes. We don't know what that means yet. I want to stress that. We just saw a line of them come, about 15, 20 vehicles heading in that direction. Now, as we get to the right, we move a little bit further down. This is where, when we were looking at FlightAware earlier, this is where the plane crashed in the Potomac. It crashed into the Black Hawk helicopter, and as you can see over there, there's still a few crews and a few different boats, but the actual amount of rescue boats over there has drawn down significantly in the last hour or so. And off in the distance, there's the Coast Guard helicopters that are continuing to prowl the Potomac, looking for any sort of wreckage response, trying to assist in the rescue efforts. To the right, as we go further across the screen, you can see over in the distance there are a lot of floodlights, emergency crews. That is one of the staging areas. So that's about, a half mile or so, maybe a mile south of the actual Reagan Airport. But that's what we're seeing right now. You can see it's a widespread response. You heard Kristi Noem, the Department of Homeland Security Secretary, saying that you've got the Coast Guard involved, MPD, the FAA obviously is going to be investigating this. You have, as well as DC Fire, and I know Alexandria is pitching in, everyone bringing all the different apparatuses, the different groups, and their sort of logistics to bear to come down to this investigation, which, as you know, will be one of the worst air tragedies in the United States over the last 20 years or so. When it's all said and done, this is something we do not see happen. It's very rare to see something like this happen. But again, like we're talking about over here, you have your you have off in the distance here, that's one of the staging areas significantly south. This is a wide stretch of the Potomac, and with the cold temperatures, with the actual with the tide coming in and sort of like the current, it makes anything, that much more difficult when it comes to a rescue effort. But earlier tonight when we were here, we spoke with a young man who was at Gravelly Point, who says he was with his girlfriend when he believes he saw the crash, and you could take a listen to what he had to say.
So tonight, I was just with my girlfriend at the park, at Gravelly Point Park, right next to Reagan National Airport, and we were eating dinner, just as normal, taking in the nice views, and we noticed the planes started having irregular patterns, and they all kind of dispersed from their regular landing patterns, and then we looked up in the sky before that, and we saw these white flare.
What were you thinking when you saw these white flares?
We didn't think much of it. We thought they were like shooting stars. I don't know. I couldn't really explain it, but we didn't really think much of it until we saw the fire trucks start going out to the tarmac.
So that's what we're seeing, right? It's something where everyone's trying to come to grips with what they saw, and in the meantime, we have a massive rescue response, a mass casualty response, as it were, across the Potomac, all the way up from Reagan National down to almost the Woodrow Wilson Bridge. So we're kind of keeping an eye on this as it's developing. But like I said, it's been changing over the last hour to an hour and a half in terms of where the boats are headed to, where the ambulance and emergency vehicles are going to, and we're trying to get a better idea, hopefully soon, of what, if any, survivors they're able to find from this. And when we do, we'll bring it to you. And of course, we're going to be on the scene, continue to document this as it goes. Guys, back to you in the studio.
Many people are desperate for some hope tonight, desperate for some answers. We are hearing more about how, what happened. We just don't know the how. We're learning that Black Hawk helicopter was based out of Fort Belvoir, Virginia. And we're also hearing from the president again
That's
tonight.
right. We just got a statement a short time ago from President Trump saying, I have been fully briefed on the terrible accident which just took place at Reagan National Airport. May God bless their souls. Thank you for the incredible work being done by our first responders. I am monitoring the situation and will provide more details as they arrive. Again, that statement tonight from President Trump.
Yeah, we've been talking about just the vast, huge response to this catastrophe on the water. And our colleague Leslie Moreno is at the DC Police helicopter pier on South Capitol. Leslie, what are you hearing? What are you hearing about what's happening there?
Hey guys, yeah, we are about 3.5 miles north from that crash site. We are currently on South Capitol, that very busy roundabout here. I'm not sure if you can see here behind me, but this is the MPD, as you mentioned, Aviation and Boat Support Headquarters. You can see here we have crews both on the ground, and I don't know if you can hear, but in the air as well. This is where we believe this is the location where those victims will be brought in. No word yet on whether any have been brought here, but you can see crews have a large area here, a large portion blocked off. Again, it's unclear how many victims, how many people were on board that flight. We were, I can tell you, we were listening to scanners on our way here. We know there are boats, divers, major rescue efforts currently underway. We also know the U.S. Coast Guard was deployed, so multiple agencies on the ground and in the air conducting those rescue efforts. I can tell you there are several crews here on the ground blocking off the area. We also are seeing that there's a lot of people who are hearing about this on social media. They're watching this all unfold from their apartments. One couple, I just spoke to them. They said they saw it on social media. They were nearby. They live nearby. They came out here to see what was going on, to see if there was any more information on this. So we're actually going to try and head over across the street here. There's a lot of road blockage right now, but we're going to try and head over to see if we can talk to any of the crews. We see some police officers there to see if they can give us any more information or any indication on if any of the victims will be brought here, if any have been brought here. So we're going to toss it back to you, and we're going to keep talking to crews out here and people out here as well.
And just a point of reference for folks, you're near the Frederick Douglass Memorial Bridge, and it's interesting to see where all of these emergency responders are scattered throughout our region. You can see everyone is involved here, from DC Police, U.S. Park Police, Prince George's County Police, the U.S. Coast Guard, so everyone is involved in this search and rescue effort right now.
It's also telling about how vast the debris field is, and we've talked about this for hours now. We've not seen where these aircrafts went down, right? It's obviously dark, the water is deep, it's dank, there's a huge effort to try to find it. But when those two aircraft collided, that debris didn't just go into one area.
Right.
So they really do need all of these first responders across these jurisdictions to fan out.
Searching everywhere.
To search everything. Yeah.
All right, we want to get to our Simone D'Alba now. She's been in the newsroom all night monitoring updates there. Simone, any updates for us?
Yeah, guys, I've been working my sources. The news desk is hard at work trying to bring us some answers. And I did want to tell you, we just got video into our newsroom of the collision from EarthCam. And I wanted to show that to you, knowing full well how sensitive this is and how many loved people are, so worried about their loved ones at this moment. We just heard from Larry at the airport. If you watch this closely, you see the planes one of them banks down, and you see the collision. It all unfolds very, very quickly. Again, this is courtesy of EarthCam. And we know earlier today we've been seeing witnesses just speaking out, and they've been saying, look, they talked about a stream of sparks they saw after watching that plane bank right. And a lot of people saw this from the George Washington Parkway. People saw this as they were making their way home from work this evening. And again, we do have this video now just into our newsroom. I wanted to tell you that we are learning the U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter had a crew of 3. We do know that Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has said the Department of Defense is monitoring developments. He said they are poised to assist if needed. He did say prayers for all involved. Again, we are continuing to bring you this footage from Sky 9 as we can see active search and rescue operations underway. The best way to describe this is it is a frantic search for survivors, as you can imagine. We know 60 people were on board this flight. I did learn in the newsroom PSA Airlines is a regional airline subsidiary of American Airlines, and Reagan National is the crew's home base. So all the crew members, the 4 crew members who are on board this commercial airline, we do know this was their home. We know dozens of firefighters are currently engaged in diving operations. So that's what you're looking for as they're out on the water right now, trying to see if there are any survivors. We did hear from Edward Kelly, the general president of the International Association of Firefighters. He was tweeting. He's saying, look, they are doing everything they can to bring survivors to safety. They are working to the bone here, working around the clock. Leslie, you talked about not only how murky the waters of the Potomac are, but how cold they are. And so your heart really goes out to hopefully the survivors who they were working around the clock to try to pull out from the water. Again, we're going to keep working our sources, but that was one of the major things we learned, that the Army Black Hawk helicopter had a crew of 3. And again, that video that we are just getting into our newsroom of the midair collision.
Yeah, so right now we know it sounds like they're searching for at least 67 people. We know that 60 passengers were on board that plane. You have 4 crew members as well, 2 pilots and 2 flight attendants, and as Simone just mentioned, 3 folks on board that Black Hawk helicopter.
So this has been going on since about 8:53 when the first calls came in about the explosion that you saw us just talking about. And we're careful as we show that video because we know about the fragility of life, and we realize that we have not seen any reports yet of any survivors. And that is not to say that there have not been any survivors, but we just don't have any reports of that. And so as we show you this video that we've been showing you for some time now, we're reminded that lives were altered catastrophically in those moments that you just saw there. And so we're going to be careful when we show this video.
Now, in contrast, we can show you this. Hopefully this provides some comfort. The number of folks who are out there right now trying to rescue those after this plane went down. Again, mid-air, you have a passenger jet along with that military helicopter going down shortly before 9 o'clock tonight. And
you know, Zoe, we're learning that white bus you see right there is a mass casualty ambulance. And so in the event, and we sure hope that there will be survivors, they will likely be transported in that particular vehicle there.
Yeah, we just heard
hospitals.
From Hamad Raza, Larry Miller spoke with earlier at Reagan National, was waiting for his wife. He mentioned that last text message 20 minutes before she was set to land, saying we're about to land. Again, this plane was set to land, and that's the point of the flight where you think you're okay.
Exhale.
Yeah,
you exhale.
We are almost there. What could have gone wrong? You know, we have passed that moment, past that point. You know, your bags are stowed, trays are up, seats upright, you're ready to land, and then something like this happens. Again, what happened is unclear. We just know that these two collided, that plane and the helicopter. But, you know, if you've been in this area for a while, you know, we talk so often about the dangers here at Reagan National Airport. We've had these close calls way too many times. We have been warned by political leaders saying, you know, this airport cannot support more flights because what we see right here is bound to happen. And this is such a delicate dance there near Reagan National Airport. It's not a normal airport. You have Joint Base Anacostia Bowling right on the other side of the Potomac River. So not only are you dealing with that airport traffic going in and out at all hours of the day, you have that military base as well, these flights going in and out.
It's also not in a rural area where there's a whole lot of room for error. You got to get to that runway and get to it quickly. We've been talking about the catastrophe in the sky tonight that unfolded over the waters of the Potomac River, where you see right now a frenetic search right now for any survivor that may have been on that 60-passenger plane or any of the 3 that were on that Black Hawk helicopter that tragically collided midair just before that American Eagle flight was set to land at Reagan National Airport, runway 33, where people like Hamad Raza were waiting for their loved ones. And the thing that has to be so hard for Hamad and so many other loved ones is just the wait, the agony of the wait for answers, the not knowing, and those last moments that you remember texting with a loved one or talking with a loved one. Or surely there were other people who may have been waiting for loved ones to arrive tonight, and they got the worst possible news possible that this tragedy occurred.
Yeah, and Hamad mentioned that he learned about this from social media. It wasn't a call, it wasn't, you know, a police officer, not someone from the airlines. More than likely, he saw the images we showed you just moments ago of that huge blast. And, you know, you look at that and you're still hopeful. We've been saying all night, we're hoping that, you know, they can rescue as many people as possible. But that's not the only issue they're dealing with. You're talking about time right now. And we heard from our chief meteorologist, Hopper Shutting. He's talking about the water temperature. And Matt Gregory also mentioned how cold it is out there right now. You're talking about water that's 42 degrees.
And it's been more than 2 hours.
Exactly.
More than 2.5 hours.
So
at this
hypothermia
point.
is setting in. I believe he mentioned 30 minutes to an hour and a half. So we are well beyond that point.
Reality is sinking in as we get into the hours upon hours point of this tragedy. And we just have to share that we know that some of you may be joining us with a heavy heart tonight because you may have loved ones on board Flight 5342, and you too are looking for information. And so what we have learned is that you can call American Airlines toll free. Here is the number. It is 1-800-679-8215. One more time. If you happen to be someone who is worried or you have a loved one on this flight, the number to call to reach American Airlines toll free is 800-679-8215.
And again, this was American Airlines Flight 5342. And we heard moments ago as well that a lot of these folks who were on the flight were our neighbors.
Our neighbors.
So sure, family members are going to be impacted by this as well, but we don't know who may have been on that flight.
Entire communities are impacted by what we see here. Some of our neighbors are going to wake up tomorrow with some pretty awful news about the people they love. Some of their colleagues that they worked with may not hear from their friends and colleagues again. And so we're reminded that while there were 60 passengers and crew on board that plane and 3 on board that Black Hawk, that we are a big, huge community here, and a lot of people are hurting right now as they wait for any information at all about the people they know and love.
Yeah, and that flight, American Airlines Flight 5342, took off from Wichita, Kansas at 6:22 our time. It was supposed to be a straight flight, landing here in Washington shortly before 9 o'clock. You have the Black Hawk helicopter taking off from Fort Belvoir, Virginia. Presumably, it was set to land right there near Reagan National at Joint Base Anacostia Bowling, and these two, in this sort of fate, collided. Again, we're not sure why, what went wrong, if there was something that happened on the plane, if something went wrong with the crew on the Black Hawk helicopter. But all of that will be figured out in the days to come. But in the meantime, the search is on to find at least 67 people there in the Potomac River.
You know, when we talked with the aviation expert from the Dallas station, our sister station in Dallas, Jason Whiteley, he talked about how quickly this all happened and the amount of time that the pilots would have had to respond and even to let the people that they were flying know what was happening. And so an entire plane full of people may not have actually known how much danger they were just about to fly through in that moment where we saw it all combust.
Right. And this is such as having a ripple effect right now. We mentioned flights in and out of Reagan have been stopped. That's not happening. The airport is essentially shut down at this point. So you think about folks who are set to fly. You see something like this. Hamad mentioned his wife being scared to fly, and if you are and you hear about this, more than likely that's not going to happen. We know that some flights that were set to land at Reagan tonight have been diverted to Dulles. WMATA is helping there with a few warming buses for some of the folks who may be landing there or trying to make their way into the district. We know the extra trains are running on the Silver Line tonight as well to get some folks back into the city.
We're still waiting to find out more about this Black Hawk helicopter, but as we show you the name of it and the kind of helicopter it is, we have a spokesperson for the maker that has released a statement saying, and we're quoting here, "We are aware of the incident and we send our condolences to those affected. We have offered our support to the investigation and our customer. Safety is our top priority." Safety is our top priority, they say.
Yeah, so again, they are, while we look at this search and rescue operation on the Potomac River, you can see to the upper left-hand side of your screen, we have some light there on the Potomac. Again, we were saying how dark it is out there and how that is also complicating their efforts. You can see what...
Those are lights on those boats.
Yeah, from the fireboat, yeah. So hopefully that is a good sign. You can see they're not too far away, what we believe is runway 33, where that plane was set to land. shortly before 9 o'clock tonight. And closer to the graphics there at the bottom of your screen, we presume that is Joint Base Anacostia Bowling. Initially, they were trying to figure out where this debris may have landed. The bulk of it may have landed. So they had to figure that out. We've noticed all night, that's where our camera has been positioned on this area of the Potomac River, because presumably this is where that plane went down. This is where they're trying to rescue folks.
But as we've been saying also, there's a huge debris field, and there are likely places that we can't see right now that escape the glance of our cameras. So we may not be able to see everything that's occurring right now. As you look at this scene, and we know that first responders from our local communities are responding. This is a national tragedy. We have heard from President Donald Trump, who released a statement recently saying that I have been fully briefed. I have been fully briefed on the terrible incident. If we can go back just a little bit for me, I want to look at that statement. Go back just a little bit for me. Thank you so much. I have been fully briefed on the terrible accident which just took place at Reagan National Airport. May God bless their souls. Thank you for the incredible work being done by our first responders. I am monitoring the situation and will provide more details as they arise. And then we've gotten a brief statement from Mayor Muriel Bowser saying that our prayers are with the families, I believe, with everyone involved, and we'll continue to keep the public updated as more information becomes available.
Yeah, and this is also a reminder of what we talked about before, just sort of these disasters, these moments, when we hear about moments like this, you see these flashing lights, people responding, you want to do something. Everyone thinks, what can I do? You have Hamad sitting there at the airport wondering where his wife is. What can I do to save her? And there's nothing you can do in this moment but sit and wait.
I think one of the most important things we should tell people is don't go to the sea.
No.
Don't go to this area. Don't go and try to be a gawker and get images of this with your own camera. Allow our first responders the space and the grace to do what they are trained to do. They have a huge task in front of them, a large rescue operation underway as they work against hope, as they work against the clock, as they work against the currents, as they work against the cold weather and that frigid water, to try to do the thing that we haven't seen anything of just yet, which is any evidence of survivors.
Yeah.
We are hopeful, but we have not seen any evidence that anyone has been saved just yet.
We had that live shot there from near the Frederick Douglass Memorial Bridge. If we can take that one, or Leslie Moreno was there a short time ago, and you can see right there, they are set up, waiting for anyone to be rescued and brought in from the Potomac River. Again, we're talking about at least 67 people, 60 passengers on board that plane from Wichita, Kansas, 2 pilots, 2 flight attendants, and 3 people on board that Black Hawk helicopter. But again, we have not seen any movement here at this site near the Frederick Douglass Memorial Bridge.
We say that the plane originated in Wichita, Kansas, but we are reminded that many of the people on board this flight call this area home. So we are looking at an effort to save our neighbors, to save our community, to save our friends and loved ones. It's an all hands on deck operation, and we are all watching and hoping against hope that there will be some miracles that happen tonight coming from those frigid waters.
Yeah, and you think about that moment, I can't help but think about the 26-year-old Hamad's wife, who was there are 66 others like her. These are humans, folks who were just on this flight. As we've said before, you may have been here on a business trip, you may have been returning home, you may have been visiting relatives, who knows why, but those are a lot of folks that we're hoping will be able to return home in some capacity tonight. But we can rest assured, based on what we've been showing you, for more than 2.5 hours now, a lot of the first responders, the other folks, our other neighbors who are out there trying to save these folks from a number of jurisdictions, and there are plenty here in our region. I guess that is the bright spot of all of this. You have so many resources. The U.S. Coast Guard we see out there, D.C. Fire and EMS, Alexandria Police are also assisting right now, Prince George's County Police. So you have a lot of folks trying to rescue as many people as possible. And also, as Les mentioned, we saw this huge explosion in the sky. So they're going to have to find that debris as well to piece together what went wrong here.
What went wrong here? That's the question everyone has, but right now the central focus is on getting to anyone who may have survived.
Yeah, we're going to work to get your mic taken care of there, Les. But, you know, as you mentioned, the work is underway, this feverish effort to try and get this all taken care of. Not only were we looking at that huge explosion in the sky that so many of you have seen on social media after folks started getting calls, emergency responders at around 8:53 tonight, when that helicopter and that passenger jet out of Wichita, Kansas collided. But once it did, the other factor is what you're looking at right there. Yes, it is incredibly dark. That is making this effort much more complicated for these first responders to try and locate folks, but also the frigid waters. You've been outside today. You know how cold it is right now. We saw some of our crews out there as well, bundled up. But imagine what the folks who, you know, you're in that water right now. And hypothermia starts to set in. Our chief, Todd Burchett, he told us these waters a moment ago, again, 42 degrees. So they're working against that clock to try and rescue those folks. This effort is underway to find those folks, but also to figure out what went wrong. That is going to be a conversation that we know is happening right now. A lot of folks want to know what caused these two to collide at just the right time of all times of the day. You have this flight taking off from Kansas, bringing perhaps some of our neighbors back home, took off there at 6:22 our time, was supposed to land at Reagan National Airport at shortly before 9 o'clock tonight. And coincidentally, you had this Black Hawk helicopter out of Fort Belvoir, Virginia. Joint Base Anacostia Bowling is right there next to the airport. It may have been trying to land there. It may have had another destination elsewhere in our region. But those two collided shortly before 9 o'clock, changing so many lives. Not just by those impacted, but just throughout our region. A lot of folks are just wondering what is going on here and what will be the end result. We've been telling you before, this issue we've talked about so often. We've been warned about the potential for this sort of issue. So it hurts even more to watch this play out, because we've been covering these, you know, these close calls at Reagan National Airport for years now. And after each one, we say, you know, thank goodness this, you know, this didn't end the way, you know, it could have ended. Thankfully, the folks on that plane A, are okay. Thankfully, the folks on plane B are okay. And as they talked about adding more flights out of Reagan, we've also been reminded of just how delicate of an area this is, because yes, you do have a fully functioning airport there. Lots of folks landing in and out of Reagan National, or taking off, landing from Reagan National Airport all hours of the day. And you have a military base right across. So again, a delicate dance trying to make sure this all works out. At the time, we told you the big issue was air traffic controllers. There just weren't enough. So we are not sure if that was an issue here, but communication clearly went wrong somewhere, because considering our airspace and here in the United States, this is supposed to be, flying is supposed to be safe. We expect to take off, we expect to land safely, and that did not happen today. So we have to figure out what went wrong as the rescue efforts continue right there along the Potomac River. All right, we want to bring in our Eric Flack, who has more. I see, Eric, you're monitoring Flight Radar 24, so you have more on the flight path of this American Airlines jet.
Yeah, that's right, Zoe. We're trying to get as much information as we can from verified sources to make sure we bring you the most accurate information. This is a source called Flight Radar 24. It is verified, so we do know that the information we're about to bring you is accurate and true. Now, this, as you mentioned, is the flight path. Let's take it right there from that flight taking off from Wichita, coming straight across the country, across Louisville, straight down to Washington, D.C., where it was supposed to land just a couple hours ago. Here's a closer look at what happened as that American Airlines flight A5342 made its final descent into Reagan Washington National Airport. That's it right there. This comes from a service called ADSB. That's a service, they crowdsource receivers and pick up signals from aircraft, and they track their positions all across the country. So these are verified information of where this flight was descending, probably at about 1,600 feet per minute as it approached Washington Reagan National Airport. Now, there have been others, images I've seen online that are not verified, but this is the general area of where we believe the collision took place. And that chopper, that Black Hawk chopper, really came from the right side right there and then into the Potomac River. So again, this flight was coming from across the country, from the west there, just straight into Washington Reagan National Airport as it made its approach right there. It was that close, really, you know, just feet really from the runway before it was about to land, probably just seconds before it was about to land at the time of impact. And then we've seen those awful images of that fiery crash into the Potomac River and those two aircraft, we now believe both in the Potomac River. So we are continuing to get more information. One of the biggest questions is going to be how much communication there was right here between this American Airlines craft, that chopper, Black Hawk helicopter, and tower control, air traffic control at Washington National Airport. I've talked to a couple of different experts who say, and quite obviously, there has to be a ton of communication in normal circumstances that's going on between any sort of aircraft that are in the air, particularly, and air traffic control. We've talked about the near misses. There was no, you know, it was nighttime, it was dark. So really the communication piece is all they have to go on to make sure tragedies like this don't in fact happen. Somehow that failed here, and we now know that it had tragic consequences. We're going to continue to stay on these images to try to learn more. Guys?
A lot to figure out here. Flack, thank you.
We want to bring in Greg Fife. He is a former NTSB senior air safety investigator. And Greg, we know you've been following this closely. You sadly have had quite a bit of experience on these kinds of investigations. What's happening right now in these hours right after this kind of tragedy occurs?
Well, besides, of course, what we see on TV with the search and rescue operation going on, investigators are really bringing the process of investigation together. The NTSB in conjunction with the FAA, and then parties that will be assigned by the NTSB to assist in the investigation, which will include the military. All of these people who are going to participate in the process are beginning not only to come together, but initial information is being collected or at least secured, because there is volatile evidence that can disappear, especially electronic and that kind of thing. So the process of investigation has already started, even though search and rescue is still going on. And video and trying to get a handle on at least some preliminary information, radio communications, radar data, that can start to give investigators at least an idea, a pathway for the investigation.
Yeah, and Greg, with that radio communication and flight data, how quickly should they have some idea of what may have gone wrong here? Are we talking just a couple of minutes, a couple of hours?
When you look at the investigative process, unfortunately, you know, we live in a society of instant gratification. We want to know now. Mm-hmm. The problem is that while things are obvious as far as evidence and radio communication and radar data, you have to understand what the backstory is. What was going on? I mean, there's a lot of questions to be asked. This was a military training flight. So were they in constant communication? Of course, they were probably talking to the tower controllers at Reagan National Airport. They were given instruction, they lifted off or may have been transiting through the area. Were they on night vision goggles? Did that restrict their vision? So now you have the military side. The commercial side, you have this RJ who basically, I pulled some data and it looks like they were already established on final and were at an altitude of about 400 feet above the ground when the collision occurred. So the question is, where did the helicopter strike the aircraft? Because from the video, it looks like the RJ is already established on final, and that the helicopter flew into most likely the back end of the aircraft, because it doesn't look like there was any kind of evasive action taken by either pilot.
Greg, could you tell, by looking at this video, I mean, obviously we don't know yet, but there are lots of questions. What do you see in that video that perhaps the layperson may not understand?
Well, again, because it is, a video shot from far away. If you look at the very bright light, that is presumably the RJ. When you're on approach coming into any airport, in this case, Washington National, you have all of your landing lights on. That's for visibility, especially at night. So when you look out, you know that, okay, there's an aircraft, rather than just trying to see the red and white position and the red, white, and green position lights. So you have the landing lights on. The brighter light is presumably the RJ. The smaller light moving from left to right, looks like a strobe, is presumably the Black Hawk helicopter. And you can see that there is no evasive action. It doesn't look like there's a change in position of the Black Hawk, and there definitely isn't a change in position of the regional jet. Now, there is some preliminary air traffic control chatter, radio communications that somebody has pulled down and sent to me. It hasn't been validated, but it does sound like maybe the military aircraft pilots were told to pass behind the regional jet. If that is true, then the question is, how did they really misjudge their position relative to the regional jet? And were they wearing night vision goggles? What was their purpose and mission? Where were they looking? All of these are going to be questions that hopefully can get answers either from the flight data recorder and or the cockpit voice recorder on the regional jet, and then through air traffic control communications in general.
Hey, Greg, just a quick follow-up to what you just shared with us. Based on what we're seeing and what you just said, it does not sound like that the pilots of that regional jet had a lot of time to react.
And again, that's why after all of the search and rescue activities are done and victim recovery is conducted, the next step is wreckage recovery and trying to understand collision angles. How did each aircraft, what position they were in at the time of the collision? If the helicopter hit from about midpoint aft of the regional jet, there's no way that the pilots of the regional jet would have ever seen them. They would have never known anything was about to happen until it did. One of the questions, of course, is, well, there's traffic collision avoidance systems on aircraft. That is true for all commercial aircraft, jets, light jets, even general aviation airplanes to an extent. The military doesn't necessarily have that type of equipment on the aircraft because they have a different mission. So the question that I would ask as an investigator of the military is, what are your procedures, especially operating in an environment where we have high-density traffic flow? You're mixing commercial and civilian operations, civilian and military operations in this corridor. I grew up here in Maryland, so I'm very familiar with the area. I've lived there most of my life. I've seen these operations. I've flown down the Potomac River. It is busy, and you're constantly listening for other aircraft on frequency to see where they are and where they're going. Just because it's all about this term that we use in aviation called situational awareness. I want to know who's in my environment. The question is, was there that kind of communication, interaction between military and civilian? And then, of course, where were the controllers? Because the controllers do have a collision avoidance system. What's their responsibility for monitoring traffic in that vicinity, given the fact that we have a mix of military and civilian?
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about that earlier, Greg. Why would this military aircraft have been going through such a busy airspace? Obviously, we know that the Joint Base Anacostia Bowling is near the airport, but considering the traffic here, this seems like a recipe for disaster.
Well, when you look at the altitude, typically there are low-level altitude blocks for, in this case, helicopter operations, because you don't expect to have any kind of civilian aircraft, especially going into Reagan National, being, at 200 feet or 100 feet above the water like a helicopter can fly. And we know every day that the military, in some way, shape, or form, are running patrols up and down the river. Police helicopters fly low level, but the flight corridors, the approach paths for all of the runways there are typically higher, 400, 500, 600 feet. These guys were less than a mile. They're from at least the crude data that I've been able to pull down where these aircraft struck. It's about 4,500 feet horizontally from the end of runway 33, so less than a mile. So, of course, the regional jet's going to be low because they're approaching the runway, and it looks like the helicopter was level in its flight path as it collided. So all of these things, and we've operated like that for a very long time in that area. Yes, there have been some near midair reports and that kind of thing, but for the most part, it's a very structured airspace. The question is, was everybody doing the things they needed to do for operating in that airspace at the time?
Greg, you hear me? This is Topper, meteorologist Topper Shutt. A question now, and this is something that I'm just throwing out to you. Is it possible that the helicopter was below the radar and that's why the avoidance system didn't work?
Well, Topper, the big thing here is, aircraft, civilian aircraft have a transponder. That transponder puts out a discrete code or a generic code. If you're general aviation, it all depends on the type of flight operation and your contact with air traffic controller. In this case, the CRJ would have been on a very discrete transponder code. That code is an electronic signal. The air traffic controller picks it up on radar, and that particular code has a data tag to it. So it identifies, in this case, it would identify the aircraft flight number by flight number. It would have a ground speed and an altitude tag to it. If it's TCAS, Traffic Collision Avoidance System, and I'm in my airplane reads that same data tag, and I can now see my position relative to that airplane. Military aircraft don't necessarily have the same equipment. They don't necessarily operate or use, or have to use in some cases, a transponder. So they should show up as what's called a primary target, where it's really a skin paint. The radar spins, it blasts out its signal. The return signal is, yes, there's something out there, but it is not specifically identified. That is going to be part of the investigation. Was the controller aware of the position? Were they watching that? Was it identified as just a primary? And was somebody watching the collision avoidance? Because, again, there is a collision avoidance aspect to this in the tower at Reagan, as well as in the cockpit of the regional jet.
And I guess, I think you mentioned this earlier, that, there was no way the jet could have taken any kind of maneuver to avoid he was on final approach, which say 400 feet above the ground. That's it. He can do a touch and go, but he can't do a midair maneuver. The only possibility would have been the helicopter could have maybe avoided it, but I don't see how the jet could have, correct?
Well, it's too early to tell, because, again, if the helicopter struck the back end of the aircraft, then the pilots in the regional jet would have had no possibility of knowing what was happening behind them. If the helicopter was passing in front of them or approaching from the left or from the right at an angle that would have put the aircraft in front of the pilots, then you would expect that they would just naturally try to take some sort of evasive action. They may have still collided. And we've had midair collisions like that where the aircraft had approached and actually struck the front end of each aircraft, and the pilots tried to take evasive action. But when you look at the video, it doesn't look like either the helicopter or the regional jet are moving off their flight path in a very dramatic way that we would characterize as evasive action.
I guess what I'm saying is, had he taken evasive action, I don't think he could have kept the plane in the air, is what I'm trying to say. When you're on that last part of your approach and you're that low, I mean, you could probably swerve, but I don't think you're going to be able to land the plane anywhere else, correct? He would have gone down.
No, again, evasive action is a very generic term. If I know that the aircraft is approaching and I know that it's going to be lower than me, then I'm going to power up and pull up. I may bail off and try and roll the airplane to the left or the right to avoid the collision. Same with the helicopter. If it caught their eye at the last minute, they may have tried to roll the aircraft to the left or to the right. Doesn't mean they're going to dive into the water immediately. The evasive action is left or right or up and down.
So, Greg, you have this huge passenger jet. If you're talking about this military helicopter just, going in front of the jet, I mean, how do you miss something like that, even though it's so dark out?
Well, again, that is going to be, I think, one of the first questions that really needs an answer is what were the actual positions? They'll be able to look at the radar data, and hopefully the military aircraft is either squawking the transponder code with a tag, or even if it comes back as a primary target, they'll be able to see, just based on the flight path of both aircraft, how this accident at least started as far as the sequence of events. Because if it looks like the helicopter was trying or at least positioned to pass behind the regional jet, then you have to look at, well, what were the military pilots looking at that they didn't see this aircraft that they were approaching? You can then say that the RJ pilots would have never known that the helicopter was trying to pass behind them, other than maybe an air traffic control communication that they either overheard if the military pilots were on the same frequency. So there are a lot of questions just with that one aspect that can shed some light and really give a path for the investigation. And that's why radio communication, radar data, and then the recovery of the cockpit voice recorder and the flight data recorder. Because, again, the cockpit voice recorder, you may have the pilots who, are flying. They're doing their, last-minute checklists. They're getting prepared to touch down, and then something catastrophic happens, and they don't know what's going on other than the fact that they've lost control of the aircraft.
Greg, before we let you go, I can't let this moment leave us. It's been 3 hours almost to the moment that the explosion happened, indicating there was this awful midair collision between the passenger jet and the Black Hawk helicopter. 3 hours of this search going on to find any survivors. Tell us about the reality of this now in terms of finding anyone alive.
Sure. It is a painful, agonizing experience for family and friends of not only the passengers and crew on the RJ, but of course the 3 military personnel. Even from an investigator standpoint, as an accident investigator, you're seeing the worst side of aviation. That was my job, and that is the job of the NTSB investigators that are going to be working this accident. We see that as tragedy. We know that we have to do our job. We have to be thorough and methodical so that we can provide answers not only to the family and friends, but to the public, to the aviation industry, so that we have these lessons learned so that tragedies like this don't happen in the future. We have to determine, was this a one-off? Was this an isolated event? Or is this a systemic problem? And you've reported it on your air over the years. There's always been a discussion about why not close Reagan? Because there's so many airplanes, there's a lot of traffic going on, and of course you got all the other issues of noise and curfews and everything else. It's a convenient airport for the people that work on the other side of the river. It's been a very safe airport because we have different kinds of policies and protocols and procedures that as pilots and operators in and out of that airspace has made it safe. But the fact is that in this particular instance, what was the flaw? What didn't work this night at that time. And I know for the families, it is agonizing. Of course, the search and rescue process is cumbersome, especially at night. You can only put divers in the water in certain areas under certain conditions. You don't know what's under there. They're going to be the aircraft or both aircraft are underwater. There are traps. There are hazards that they can't really navigate at night. That slows the process down. And it is a painful experience, even for investigators, because, again, it's my job to try and figure out what happened with a team and then at least, provide some level of comfort that here are the facts and this is what we know happened. Unfortunately, we can't bring your loved one back, but through the process, we're going to make it safer to fly tomorrow. And while that doesn't provide a lot of solace to the families of the victims, the process does work. And if you look at the history of the NTSB and early days of CAB, where the accident investigation process really started, you see how we've improved aviation safety over the years. And, when you look back at the last major accident, we lost, a A300 Airbus in New York in 2001, November of 2001. We had 2 regional aircraft go down in 2006 and 2009. But we haven't had a major accident in these United States where we've had a major loss, hull loss is what it's termed as, and a large catastrophic loss of life. We've got a very safe system, and what we can do is improve on that safe system.
Yeah, and so sad it takes these moments like we're seeing right here before we make any drastic improvements. As you mentioned there, Greg, we've been warned about the dangers here, the airspace around Reagan National for quite some time. Thank you so much for your time tonight. Former NTSB Senior Air Safety Investigator Greg Fife, thank you so much for being with us.
I appreciate his experience and his humanity as well. We want to go back to our colleague Larry Miller, who is at Reagan National Airport, who had really one of the toughest conversations, he said, of his career, speaking with the husband who worries so deeply about the fate of his wife. She was on that plane coming from Wichita here to D.C. Larry?
And he told me that they'd only been married 2.5 years, that he is hopeful and praying that she will be okay. But certainly his mind right now, his thoughts going to a dark place. He and some other families that we know that are starting to make their way to the airport have now gone into a restricted area now just behind me where the police are, where they're getting information from the airline about the fate of their loved ones. We've seen now several families make their way down to this area, and moments ago we just saw DC Mayor Muriel Bowser. We tried to ask her a couple of questions, but she wasn't taking any questions this evening, understandably given the circumstances. Still trying to get a hold on the situation, but most importantly trying to comfort these families that in some cases potentially are getting some devastating news about their loved one. We spoke with one man whose 26-year-old wife was aboard that plane. I asked the question about, had he talked with her, had he communicated with her today? In fact, he did. He got a text message from her 20 minutes before the flight was set to land. Here's what he had to say.
I'm just praying that somebody's pulling her out of the river right now as we speak. That's all I can pray for. I'm just praying to God.
When was the last time you spoke with her?
She texted me that they were landing in 20 minutes.
Can you show us a text message that you got from her?
Landing in 20 minutes. The rest of my text did not get delivered. That's when I realized something might be up.
He told us that his wife had a fear of flying and had for some time, that she went to Wichita, Kansas for a work obligation and was coming home today on that American Airlines flight. The airport has very few people here right now, and for the families that have been coming in, they've been rushing to try to get information from officials with American Airlines that are providing them information about really the status of this investigation, what information they know, and what they can possibly tell them about their loved ones right now. Some people are here at the airport waiting for their flights. We actually spoke with another woman. She is an airport employee, and I asked her specifically about the protocol here. What happens when some sort of emergencies take place at DCA? She says there is a very organized process by which airport staff respond to these situations. She says that the ramps are closed, security goes to the designated area, and then they send staff home and keep certain staff here to guard the perimeter and provide sort of a safe harbor for emergency responders to address any sort of ongoing situations that require their assistance. That same woman, Miss Brown, who works at this airport, has for some time, also told me that in addition to the protocol, she actually saw the incident unfold. She saw the collision, saw the smoke, heard the crash, and moments later saw all of the emergency crews begin to swarm the airport to respond to that collision right now, with a search underway looking for survivors in that crash. Guys?
Yeah, just a reminder that, you know, so many of our neighbors were on board that plane as well, as they try to get answers, as they wait for those answers tonight, wait for their loved ones to return home in some capacity.
This will be a very, very tough night for those loved ones and really for our entire community and country. We know that D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser is going to speak at Reagan National Airport at 12:30 a.m. This is where that press conference will be. Obviously, everybody is responding as quickly as they can, and so we expect to hear from the mayor, hear what she knows, hear what she can confirm, and we'll go to her at 12:30 and whoever is gathered for that press conference when it becomes available.
Now, what we can tell you right now, what we do know at this hour is that shortly after 6 o'clock tonight, Eastern time, that airplane, that passenger jet from Wichita, Kansas, American Airlines Flight 5342 took off, bound for D.C. A straight flight was set to land shortly before 9 o'clock, but instead it collided with a Black Hawk helicopter out of Fort Belvoir, Virginia at the time. 3 passengers on board the Black Hawk helicopter, 60 passengers on board that passenger jet, along with 4 crew members.
Yeah, so it was at capacity. At one point we wondered if this was a full flight. We know it was a full flight. It was at max capacity. In fact, what did you say,
Close
Topper?
to, it could hold 78 people.
Oh, could hold 78?
It can hold 78 depending on the configuration of the seat. So it was pretty darn full, but
Yeah.
not, I guess, technically full.
Yeah, and that's what we were hoping initially before we knew that it, you know, this regional jet, it seems, held, you know, a fair number of people, and we were just hoping that this was just that one flight that perhaps wasn't fully booked. But we've learned that at least, again, 64 people were on board that flight, including the pilots and the flight attendants and 3 crew members, or 3 folks on board that Black Hawk helicopter out of Fort Belvoir, Virginia, went down right here near Reagan National Airport, near runway 33, shortly before 9 o'clock tonight. A lot of you seeing the images on social media, a lot of you talking about it, that fireball, that midair collision. A lot of folks wondering what went wrong, and you're just hoping for the best after you see something like that, even though it does not look good.
We know that helicopter was on some sort of training flight, and we are awaiting information about what that entailed and what happened. You see all these lights over here? This is in that area where runway 33 is. That is the runway where this American Eagle flight was expected to land some 20 minutes before Hamid Gaza got that last text from his wife that she was 20 minutes away, and sadly, there was nothing to come after that. There is a frantic effort right now, and reality is also setting in for us as we look at 3 hours plus now since this catastrophe in the sky unfolded, with 60 passengers on that flight, 4 crew, 3 on this Black Hawk helicopter, which was on a training mission, and a huge effort from all across the area. We've been talking about the wind, the water, the current. This is really, really tough for the divers and the crews that have to go in for a certain amount of time and come back out, all in hopes of trying to find anybody who might have survived, or at the very least, to get some answers for families who want to know about the health and safety of their loved ones.
Yeah, at least with Air Flight Florida, we had daylight. And, you know, it just hit the bridge, nothing collided with it. So, yeah, you mentioned a very good point about current, because the Potomac River has currents like you can't believe. They're very subtle, and they don't seem like it's that strong of a river. It's a very, very strong river. So there's the search area you see there on the left portion of your screen there, just off the runway. And I'll show you the path of this jet. And as Flack was mentioning, it came in pretty much due west to east, and then it turns, and what it does is it turns and then has to approach the correct runway. Now, in this case, the winds were out of the northwest, so they're going to land the plane into the wind. That's runway 330. All right, so here they're going to come this way, but then they're going to make a little turn as they get to the airport. Now, there's Joint Base right there, very close, very close to the airport. And here we go. We'll kind of fly in here. So this is their approach, okay? We're looking out, northwest. That's runway 330, and that is the runway that they just never quite made to, but they're on their approach. And, we were talking to the expert there. They were on final approach. I mean, probably only between maybe 1,000 and 3,000 feet from landing and descending very, very quickly. But that's the runway they were trying to hit, and we think that the disaster area is kind of out in this area off to the south and east of it. But good point, though, Leslie, about the currents. Currents are very, very strong, and also the water temperature is still 42, so you only have about 30 to 90 minutes unless you're in a wetsuit, and we've not heard of anyone being pulled out yet. Doesn't mean it hasn't happened.
Hey, Topper, can we interject just a little bit, because we are and we're all on this journey together, learning this information in real time. And so what we've just learned is that police are saying there are 3 debris fields, and there have been at least 18 bodies recovered at this point. So
no survivors.
No survivors found just yet.
But 18 people.
18 people.
Yeah.
18 souls.
And again, we know that at least they were trying to find at least 67 people. 64 people on the plane, 3 folks on board that Black Hawk helicopter.
With 3 debris fields.
3 debris fields.
And we talked about how far this all scattered. That is a massive, massive area for them to try to work and find these loved ones of people who are waiting right now for any piece of information about their loved ones. This reminds us, this is our community. Yeah. These are our neighbors. These are our friends. These are our colleagues, and a lot of people are hurting tonight into this early morning. A lot of hearts are broken. A lot of dreams came down with that plane tonight. Yeah. And we cannot forget the humanity here. And then all these first responders who have been in the water and in the trenches, getting into that murky water. It's very deep. It's not easy terrain, as Topper has told us, and as we well know from being in this area. This is not an easy task, and it is also dark, right? So that is also working against them as well, but they are working very, very hard at this early morning hour at 12:08.
Yeah, we heard from that former TSB investigator a short time ago, Greg Feith, and he mentioned that, these conditions here for divers just are not safe. Right. So you look at this and you assume that these divers can just jump in and rescue folks, but they're putting their lives on the line as well by jumping into those waters. So they have to make sure they're protected before they do anything else. But they have been out there since about 9 o'clock tonight. Yeah. So you're talking about more than 3 hours now, trying to rescue, trying to find as many people as possible. But again, the update that we are getting at 12:09 a.m. is that there are 3 debris fields here, and they've recovered at least 18 bodies. And you just have to let that sink in for a minute. 18 lives that are gone because of what we saw earlier tonight, the plane colliding midair with a military helicopter.
18 families and extended communities with very large holes in their heart tonight that cannot be filled.
And then you hear from some of the other folks who are waiting. Yeah. And you hear that news, and it's grim, because despite what we saw, you still have some hope that maybe, someone survived, maybe there's someone there along the banks of the river. But then you hear the news like this debris field and 18 bodies, and
reality.
It's a shock. Yeah, reality
is sinking in, and reality surely has been sinking in for the first responders who have been doing this work for 3 hours plus now, trying to find survivors, recovering bodies. We showed you the area where our colleague Leslie Moreno is, where they are staging all of those ambulances. They're essentially buses that were expected to transport survivors to the hospital. We've not seen any survivors, and no survivors have been identified just yet.
Yeah, you look at this scene right here, and we've been watching it for, as you mentioned, 3 hours now, and you expect there to be a lot of commotion, a lot of movement. But these vehicles here, they've just been sitting still for quite some time now.
Yeah.
Just obviously like everyone else, just hoping for the best.
Hoping for the best. In about 20 minutes, we are expecting to hear from D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser and other officials to give us any kind of update they have about what we know and sadly what we are learning about this tragedy in the skies. The one thing we cannot answer, of course, that's the thing that comes in the days and weeks to come, which is how it all happened. Right now, the focus is on the humanity,
right,
and figuring out how to get these loved ones out of the water and to get the information to family members who are desperate for answers.
Again, this flight coming in, landing just before 9 o'clock tonight. We can't say it enough. It's that point. We've all been on flights. You know what it's like in those final moments of descent. When you're reaching your destination, you're reaching home, you're about to see your loved one, you're about to see whatever business partner you came to town to meet, and then something like this happens.
And then, Greg Fife, we talked with, who's the former NTSB investigator, something stayed when he said they were less than a mile from the end of runway 33. They were so close. They were almost there, and then they weren't.
Right.
And then they weren't.
So now folks are going to try to figure out exactly what went wrong. Again, we're waiting for that press conference, which is set to begin momentarily, where we are expecting to learn what is happening right now, what we can expect in the days ahead. But again, we have those 18 bodies that have been recovered so far. You have a lot of crews in our region on the job right now, from D.C. Police, the U.S. Coast Guard, Prince George's County Police, Alexandria Police as well, just stationed along the Potomac and in the Potomac, in the skies as well, just trying to rescue as many people as possible. But we've learned again, 18 bodies have been recovered.
I think we're going to go over to our colleague Leslie Moreno. She's at the MPD helicopter pier over off of South. Oh no, we're going to go to our colleague Simone D'Alba. Sim, you've been following the latest developments. We've been following them too, but what are you hearing?
Yeah, guys, so we were talking about the 18 bodies that have been pulled out of the water, and I did want to confirm that we are getting that information from a police official from our CBS network. And so really important. There's so much information coming down on social media right now. Very important for us to wait for the actual details that are going to come down through this press conference. But you guys, again, 18 bodies pulled from the water. There have been no survivors as of yet. And I know that's the one thing you all have been talking about. We're all holding out hope for. Of course, as we know, families are gathering at Reagan National. We know that a chaplain is en route to be with the families there to support them. We did learn that D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser has arrived at Reagan National. She is helping families get to a staging area where they can, God willing, get some kind of information about their loved one. I am also learning, for those of you who are watching all of this and just wondering logistically what this looks like for the airport, a major airport, of course. Washington Reagan National is closed until 5 a.m. Friday. That's from the FAA coming down into our newsroom. And then the other thing that we're watching here is our public leaders, our public officials who are starting to wrap their minds around the size, the magnitude of this event that we're watching, a mass casualty event unfold here in Washington, D.C. today. We have Vice President J.D. Vance urging people to please pray for those involved in the collision. He did stress that We are monitoring the situation, but for now, let's hope for the best. Of course, we heard that President Donald Trump also closely watching this situation, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth as well. And I did want to note, you guys had touched on this back in 1982, the airliner that crashed into the Potomac. There were some survivors from that flight, and that's the hope that you hold on to in moments like this. That, coincidentally was also back in January. And so as we've been talking about how cold the waters are, you see how massive the response here even at this hour. And so we know that there are many families standing by, hoping and praying for the best. Again, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser just arriving at Reagan as we continue to stand by for this press conference, guys.
So temperatures are dipping into the 30s now, Tom?
Yeah.
As these first responders have been going in and out of the water for 3+ hours in this very delicate and sacred mission to try and find survivors, or in many cases finding the bodies of loved ones that were taken just so tragically and so quickly from their families, and that instantaneous boom and that midair collision that occurred. And we are careful to show that video because, like so many events that have happened in American life where we know they were transformative, and we know that for some people who are waiting for loved ones or whose loved ones may have been on that plane, that's the last moment. That's the moment when you lost them. And so we just have to be so careful and so mindful when we're talking and when we're using this imagery about what it all means. Because
you're talking about those family members as well when they are going to the airport. We've seen it happen. We've done it as well for our relatives, our loved ones. They're set to land. You make your way to Reagan, to Dulles, to BWI, perhaps to stand by. You're waiting for them to land. And then you just wait because, like as we heard earlier from Hamad, something's off. I haven't heard from, they should have been here by now. And then you learn of this news tragically. You hear about a disaster near Reagan National Airport. You see the images of that explosion that we've been showing you in spurts throughout the night because it is so sensitive. And then you panic. You just wonder what the outcome will be. So you have a lot of those families right now in our region. Again, some of them, we may be affected and not even know it yet because we don't know who was on board that flight. At least 64 people.
Including the crew. They were on their way home. This was a DC-based crew flying that plane and serving those people on the plane to make sure they got to their destination safely, like they've done many, many times before.
And also the crew from Fort Belvoir, Virginia, training to protect this country.
Mission.
And this happens. All right, we want to go to our Leslie Moreno now, who's near the DC Police Department air support area near the Frederick Douglass Memorial Bridge. And Leslie, we've been looking for any activity there tonight. Hopefully some folks have been rescued. But what are you seeing?
Yeah, we've been keeping a close eye on things here, any sort of movement. If you zoom into my right here, about maybe 15-20 minutes ago, we did see a boat pull up on the water here with some sort of tarp covering. As soon as that boat was pulling up, we did also see the ambulance backing up. So it is possible that some of those victims, those survivors, were brought here. Again, we're across the street, so it's very hard to tell. We're zooming in, and we're keeping a close eye on things here as close as we can. But yeah, crews are out here. This is on South Capitol, again, as you mentioned, at the Aviation and Boat Support Headquarters. Very quiet right now, very calm. EMS, fire, and as you saw earlier, that mass casualty ambulance is also here. That white bus, if you're able to zoom in, Hash, there. Normally we see these buses during mass casualties. They're used when there's a large number of people that have to be transported to the hospital. It's also important to know that any of the crews, any of the divers, the search teams, if they're injured, they would be brought here as well. As you can see, a large portion of South Capitol here, this very busy roundabout, is blocked off, the sidewalk, as crews are set up here. We've just been stationed here across the street. military, trying to keep an eye out for any of those victims, any sort of movement. Again, that boat that pulled up maybe 20 minutes ago with that tarp covering, with the ambulance as well. We haven't seen that ambulance leave the site here. But again, a possibility that some of those victims, those victims were on that boat that we saw earlier.
All of this. Yeah. Outside of this vast debris field is this area that was set up with these empty metro buses with police stationed nearby in the hopes that they could fill these buses and take people to be cared for or to care for them there. Yeah. And there's been none.
And you have to think about what these first responders are going through tonight. Yes, they train extensively for these moments, just hoping it does not happen.
But they're human too.
They are human too. So you have a night like this, and I can't help but think of what the news we told you moments ago. You see this disaster, and like us, you respond to the scene and you hope for the best, but then you see these debris fields, and then you recover 18 bodies, after something like this, and that has to be a moment for them.
And they know better than we will ever know what this is like. They know how long this is going. Yeah. They know about the human body. Yeah. They know about the capacity to survive something like this in a way that we don't know. And so for them to not be able to have this happen, they're not able to go and save anybody that's alive right now. That has to be really, really hard for them as well.
And we talk about the agony for family members, but in these situations, because we're talking about something that's in the water, that is what, Topper, 42 degrees right now?
Air temperature mid-40s, but it's the water temperature.
Air temperature mid-40s, the water temperature is about 42 degrees. And you're talking about, what's the temp?
Yeah, the water temperature is what's going to get them.
Yeah, that's what here, Topper, there, our meteorologist saying that's what's going to get them. Also the hazardous conditions. So not everyone can respond like they want because of the nature of what they're dealing with here. A plane that went down in the water. So.
Yeah, I'm thinking about a lot of these families that may be still awaiting any information, and if you are one of them and you happen to be listening to us right now and you're looking for information, there is a helpline that we've heard about that is set up through American Airlines, and happy to pass this information along to you. I hope it can be helpful. The number to call is 1-800-679-8215. It's 1-800-679-8215. Anything that helps provide some level of information for families that gives them something to hold on to, or just anything that helps them through this journey.
Yeah.
We want to be able to provide that for our neighbors.
Yeah, it's going to be a long road ahead. Again, you heard when we had Simone here roughly 10 minutes ago, she mentioned that Reagan National Airport will be closed until 5 a.m. Friday. So it's going to be closed all day tomorrow. Again, reopening at 5 a.m. Friday. We know that flights in and out of Reagan were halted shortly before 9 o'clock tonight. We know that some flights trying to land in our area have instead been diverted to Dulles International Airport. WMATA's GM Randy Clark mentioned earlier tonight that they are assisting in this effort as well. So again, you talk about all hands on deck. A lot of folks involved here to take care of everyone impacted by this, from the victims, the folks who were on this plane, to folks who may have had their travel plans interrupted. There are warming buses there at the airport because, you have a lot of folks who this has been a day for them. This is a change. Silver Line trains, there have been additional trains added to the Silver Line as well to help folks get to and from the city.
So as we look at the time here at almost 12:24 a.m., we're reminded that we are getting close to the appointed time that we anticipate hearing from D.C. Mayor Bowser and other officials about what we do know, what we need to know, and what we may be bracing to know about what happened tonight. I think we've got the microphone set up, and we are just waiting for all of them to gather at National Airport. Again, just reminding people that this was supposed to be an ordinary night. A helicopter is on a training flight, and a plane full of folks coming from Wichita are supposed to either come home or come to visit or come for a business trip. And sadly, we are all gathered watching at this very early hour of the morning for the news that we did not expect to have to cover. A nightmare in the skies above Reagan National Airport, where a plane and helicopter collided and lives have been changed forever.
Yeah, and a lot of folks, we can see your comments online as well. A lot of folks are asking, how did this happen? That's going to be the question that a lot of folks will be asking over the next couple of days, couple of months, years perhaps, because you're talking about a commercial jet. Pilots are trained. You're talking about a military helicopter, experienced pilots as well, and those two meeting at an unfortunate time shortly before 9 o'clock there near Reagan. Again, that flight taking off from Wichita, Kansas, shortly around 6:22 Eastern time, was supposed to land, roughly a mile away from runway 33 at Reagan National Airport. Shortly before 9 o'clock, that Black Hawk helicopter taking part in some sort of military training exercise, as we understand at the time, and those two collided. Now, we know that you have Reagan National Airport on one side of the Potomac River. You have Joint Base Anacostia Bowling on the other side. We're not sure if that helicopter was out of Fort Belvoir, Virginia, was landing at the base at the time, or perhaps it was going on a different mission elsewhere.
Sure.
But those two ended up colliding shortly before 9.
All of this now leading to what we have here, which is a frantic search in freezing river waters for the family members of countless people who are waiting for any word about the people they love.
And this scene right here is just so eerie as we look at this fireboat just out on that water, looking for anyone. Again, it is so dark out. We can barely make out the scene here with our camera, so imagine what they're going through right now. They're watching, they're listening. You're talking about helicopters above, fire engines. There's so much noise around. But in that moment, these folks are trained to just try and listen to anything, any signs of life.
I think we're reminded also, Zoe, that it is rare that we see this closely these boats on a mission in the water. We just don't see it. We just don't see it. And so tonight, we are getting a window into their world. This is not a training mission. This is the real thing. This is the real thing.
And knowing that so far, as of 12:27 a.m., they have recovered at least 18 bodies, according to a police official in CBS News. 18 bodies. And we know that there are so many others who were on the plane and on that Black Hawk helicopter. We're talking about at least 67 people. Again, 64 on the plane and 3 on that helicopter. And at least 18 bodies have been recovered so far. No signs of any survivors.
So we're expecting to start to hear from leaders in a few minutes at 12:30, and then we're told we're going to get these updates every hour after that until they don't have any additional information to share. And then at a certain point, the NTSB, the investigative era of this, they will take over and give the information that we are waiting to hear. But we are still in these very early hours after this tragedy unfolded. The airport, Reagan National Airport, is closed until Friday morning at 5 a.m. So no traffic in, no traffic out, as they spend all of their resources and bandwidth working to find out. And really, the most important effort here is to try and find the bodies or the survivors of people who were involved in this awful, awful incident.
And what I thought was interesting, Les, what we heard earlier from Greg Feith, the former NTSB investigator, he said their work is underway right now. Even as we look at this search and rescue operation underway, that takes precedence, of course, but they want to make sure this isn't a systemic issue. Right. I know a lot of folks are watching this right now. You may be wondering, is this sort of a one-off? Is this just a unique situation here?
And that's what they're trying to figure out, too.
Right. So they're making sure this is not some sort of systemic problem. So they're looking at some of that data right now. They're listening to the radio traffic as well, just to see what may have happened.
Zoe, I'm hearing that we have a message from the American Airlines CEO, and I think we're going to go to that now. This is CEO Robert Isom. Take a listen.
We are actively working with local, state, and federal authorities on emergency response efforts, and the American Airlines care team has been activated to assist our passengers and their families. We're cooperating fully with the National Transportation Safety Board in its investigation and will continue to provide all the information we can. Our cooperation is without pause, and we want to learn everything we can about today's events. That work will take time, but anything we can do now, we're doing. And right now, that means focusing on taking care of all passengers and crew involved, as well as their families.
American Airlines CEO Robert Isom, I think we're reminded that this was operated by American Airlines, but it was a regional jet, a Canadian regional jet that was actually carrying out the flight. And so you have lots of entities involved here, not just American Airlines. You've got the regional jet, obviously the military, because there's a Black Hawk helicopter involved here, and just the myriad of entities and people that are involved in this investigation.
Yeah, and for those of us in D.C., you may have heard it mentioned by Simone and Topper earlier, the crash brings back those painful memories from January 1982. That's when an Air Florida flight crashed into the 14th Street Bridge right over the Potomac River. It happened just moments after takeoff. 78 people died, but 5 survivors were pulled from the plane's wreckage in the frozen Potomac River you see right here. In that case, the crash was caused by insufficient de-icing.
And what we know is what these investigators find out changes the way aviation moves forward. And so what they learned from that flight has had a significant impact on how we fly today. Obviously, it's too early to know all of the variables around what happened here, but most certainly what we learn tragically from what happened here will also help to advance aviation, not just here in this country, but abroad. We are waiting right now for our first official update on the crash. And as soon as the officials are ready to bring us that information, we will certainly take you there. They'll be at Reagan National Airport, so we're keeping a close watch on the cameras there to see what is happening, to make sure that as soon as they start talking, we get you there.
But we showed you moments ago, you saw that fireboat there on the Potomac as well. The search is still underway. You know, in this shot we're showing you right here, it doesn't appear there is much activity on the water, but if we have some of our other cameras available right now, we can show you that they are still looking for folks. They are not done just yet. They've been at it for more than 3.5 hours now. That collision happened shortly before 9 o'clock tonight. So a lot of folks are just still waiting, hoping for the best. We just showed you that the crash from 1982 a minute ago, and there were survivors. So I'm sure the folks are still, despite this explosion we saw here in the freezing temperatures, you know, I'm sure folks are holding out hope.
All eyes are on this crash, on this tragedy, as we take a look at statements that are coming in from lawmakers across the country, from the president, from the Homeland Security Agency, from the military. Everyone is invested in finding the answers to what happened, this tragedy that happened in the sky today, to find answers for the loved ones who thought they were going to simply pick them up after a flight or see them when it was over, and they got the news today that no one wanted.
Yeah, and you talk about that direct flight that you assume is going to be okay. You're so close to landing, right there near runway 33 at Reagan.
This is the holding area where those empty metro buses were staged in the hopes that survivors would be able to be transported to an area hospital for some kind of care.
Yeah, and we've seen this for most of the night, for hours now, not much movement. But these first responders, they were ready. When they got word of this crash, again, shortly before 9, we saw the helicopters in the skies. We saw the boats out in the water. And we saw them positioning there.
And before we saw that, we could hear on the scanners that something had gone very awry. And it was within moments of when that explosion happened that we could hear all of the scuttle and the frantic efforts to get there to do what we've been showing you for the past 3.5 hours or so as this frantic search continues.
Yeah, and this is a tough moment.
It's a tough moment
for so many folks. And again, as we told you a minute ago, this is the area that they're looking into right now is just so vast. Again, you have these 3 debris fields. You're talking about a passenger jet involved here, exploding midair after this collision with the helicopter. So they're trying to find the folks who may have been involved here. We know that at least 18 bodies have been recovered so far. Like you are at home, we are all waiting to hear about the rescues, the person they found in the water, the person who will be reunited with their family members, but sadly that news has not come yet. After more than 3.5 hours, again, just 18 bodies have been recovered. And you have to think about those families who are sitting there waiting right now, wondering if perhaps it's their loved one. The agony right now, the heartbreak.
And hoping for a miracle in some cases too. Hoping for a miracle. So as you've been watching with us, we've been showing you various aspects and pictures of all of the activity that's happening now, that you put it all together and you can see that it comes together as this frantic search goes on. It's been going on for 3.5 hours now in really difficult conditions out in the water, with a debris field that is spread into 3 different areas. There is so much work going on right now, and the divers have to be so careful as well. These are, and I'm not exactly sure what we're looking at here.
So it looks
we're
like
watching this in real time.
Yeah, this is still near that DC Police air support area where we saw those buses waiting for folks who perhaps may have been rescued. But in terms of this particular vehicle and where it's heading, that is still unclear. This is near Nats Park and the Frederick Douglass Memorial Bridge. That's where they're stationed. So quite a ways from Reagan National Airport. But again, we're talking about these debris fields here, and they're trying to get folks there.
Let's go to our Larry Miller, who is at Reagan National Airport. You have talked to family members who are desperate for any information about the state of their loved ones. Larry?
Guys, and we've been seeing more family and friends of those that were involved in this crash make their way here to Reagan National. Since the last time we saw you, we saw 3 additional loved ones. One man who said that his son was on the plane, another man who said that his daughter's best friend was on that plane, and even a neighbor as well. So we're seeing the individuals who have been touched or who are familiar with those that were involved in this crash now make their way here. We believe that there potentially is another man and more family members that are making their way here right now as well. And to be honest with you, guys, this is tough because we're trying to make sure that we give you the latest information about what's going on, but we're also trying to be as sensitive as we possibly can to these families. To the families that we have spoken with, that have given us information, they have been willing, because they want to make sure that the public knows about their loved one, that their loved one's story is completely and fully told. So there's been a lot of chatter about the fact that we've been interviewing these family members, and trust us, this gives us no comfort at all. But it's important to hear from these families as they are looking for answers, trying to figure out what exactly happened to their loved ones that was on board that American Airlines flight. Right now, we can tell you that Mayor Bowser, again, she was down here moments ago trying to provide some assistance. And we know that a number of other investigators have also been making their way down to this sort of restricted area. This area is where family members have been directed to, where they are getting support and information about what happened to their loved ones tonight. Guys?
Chaplain has been called there to help give some support as well, some measure of comfort when you can't find the words to say. It's a very, very tough night.
Yeah, and this is probably one of the toughest jobs of the night. The folks who are gathering there, assembling and trying to give these folks the news. And we should point out, as we've been seeing, we've been monitoring the activity there in the Potomac River. It looks grim as time goes on. But we know that those crews are out there right now, still conducting this search and rescue operation.
Yeah, we sure hope, Larry, that there might have been a moment of hope where there was some information that you could share or relay, that someone heard something that was encouraging. But I think reality is setting in for so many families as we think about the conditions and how long this has been going on. It's a sacred obligation to find those answers and a sacred mission to try to find the survivors in any way that they can, whether it's their bodies or if by some miracle someone did actually survive this tragedy.
You were going to say something, Larry?
You know, Leslie and Lorenzo, yeah, guys, to your point, one of the things that we have been able to do, even from the gentleman that we spoke with, was that the limited information that we had at the time in which we spoke with him, we were able to give him that information, trying to connect him with staff and officials here that can provide some level of support and provide him information on the status of his wife, his 26-year-old wife, whom he told me was on that flight. So you're right, guys. This has no doubt been a difficult assignment. It has certainly been quite emotional for me, but I don't think about myself. I just try to support these families and be as respectful as I possibly can given the circumstances. But they want to make sure it is clear that we know who they are, what they meant to their loved ones, and what we should know about them moving forward.
And we should point out as well, for the first at least hour and a half of this, there was no information at all. We knew very little about what was happening. There was not a number for people to call to figure out what happened. So you think of these loved ones, you see what happened in the sky there, but everyone's piecing together, what flight was it? You know, what happened? How did it happen?
And if you're like so many family members, you go, oh yeah, they're coming in from that location, but you don't necessarily always have the flight information in front of you. You just figure they're coming in, I'll hear from them.
Yeah,
and then this happens.
And then you want that information right now. So when you're sitting there waiting, you know, that just doesn't help at all. All right, we want to get to our Eric Flack now, who is with us and has more on what we're learning about this flight and its path. Flack.
Hey, Zo. Hey, Les. I told you I'd try to get more information from this organization, Flight Radar 24. It's a global flight tracking service, one of the foremost of those services in the country with 1.1 million followers, a verified source of information on this. They actually track the flight data from that American Airlines Flight 5342, so it knows exactly on kind of this image where it went down into the Potomac River, and we know now that military helicopter came from this direction. I got the executive director of the Flight Radar 24, Ian Pachetic, on the phone just moments ago, and he described just how close this American Airlines passenger plane was to landing right here at Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport when that collision happened. It is heartbreaking to know how close these families were to getting home. Take a listen. We're already hearing from family members who are right there at the airport waiting for their loved ones. From the data, how close was this commercial airliner to landing?
The aircraft was seconds from landing. So the collision happened at approximately 300 feet. So this is seconds from landing as they crossed the Potomac, and the runway threshold is at the river's edge. So the aircraft is very close to landing. It was on final approach. It was lined up with runway 33, and it was ready to touch down.
And yet, just seconds from landing, something catastrophic happened. How?
That's a great question, and one that investigators will be looking to answer. We know that the two aircraft collided. The main question then becomes, why did they come into contact? Why were they that close together? And then, as with all safety and accident investigations, the main goal of the accident investigation is to prevent this from ever happening again.
Just so many questions still at this hour, trying to prevent it from ever happening again, but at this hour trying to figure out how it happened in the first place. Again, American Airlines Flight 5342, aviation experts telling us just moments ago, was just seconds from landing right there at Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport when this collision took place. What a terrifying and horrific scene it was for everybody involved. So many unanswered questions we are trying to get to the bottom of. Guys?
It just gets you in the gut when you hear about how close they were to landing and
unbelievable.
How close they were.
Could see the runway.
They could see the runway in front of them and didn't even actually realize they were in danger, likely, because this happened so fast. All right, thank you so much, Flack. We'll be checking back in, of course. Our Matt Gregory is still at Dangerfield Island, where the boat launch ramp is. Matt, you've been talking to people, some who saw what happened, some who were moved to come to that area to see what's happening. What are you seeing and what are you hearing now?
Yeah, right now, you know, the rescue efforts and the recovery efforts continue to change, right, as the evening goes on and as you pointed out, the cold temperatures. I want to point out that we are on the banks of the Potomac that's sort of just across from Reagan and across what has become this ever-spreading debris field with also in addition to, we've been kind of noticing the search helicopter above us kind of looking along the actual banks now, doing searches across the Potomac. But let's give you an idea of what we're looking at right now because, you know, this has been going on for several hours now, since about 9 o'clock. Okay, so across the way, just across the Potomac, and this is as close, by the way, as we're able to get. That's Reagan's runways right there, and you can see in the distance, you can see the flashing lights of the emergency vehicles there. Now, as we keep scanning to the right, that's where we're seeing the sort of the major ambulance response, especially the mass casualty ambulance response right there. And over the last hour or so, we've seen more and more police vehicles head in that direction. Like Lorenzo and I talked about earlier, you know, if they're able to pull any survivors from the Potomac, they would take them right up to there, and that's a place where they have medical crews, staff, everyone on hand to try to assist with this. And remember, these are the things that for years and years we talk about planning and preparation for things like this. I mean, I can tell you myself, I've covered at least 3 or 4 training sessions for mass casualties, but to see it in action, it is quite a sight to behold. As we kind of scan to the right, just off, you see kind of the darkness in the river there, and there's a few flashing lights. That's where the plane crash was. But as this evening has gone on, and as the tide has moved, and the wind has gone, and the water continues to go, the debris field spreads, and that's why we see this helicopter that at one point was really only over the crash zone, with another one kind of scanning, has been coming up to as far as us across on the Virginia side of the Potomac. So that's sort of like how this whole debris field, this continues. It gets worse as it goes on because it's harder and harder to kind of nail down where everything could be. As we keep scanning to the right, as best we can, I want to show you the final area. And you can see this kind of spans from, I would say, Buzzard Point all the way down to almost the Woodrow Wilson Bridge is how far they're scanning and looking. And off to the right, you see a whole another set of floodlights and emergency vehicles, you know, crews, divers, medics, everyone kind of scanning over in that area as well. So we have a large area. They've been talking about the 3 different debris fields. Well, those debris fields continue to sort of, let's say, mushroom out and ripple out as the night goes on. And, you know, from here, we're just seeing more efforts being drawn towards the actual shorelines now on both sides of the Potomac River. So that's what we're seeing. And again, this helicopter, if we can kind of give you a shot, it might be difficult because we're all on the fly here, but this is the helicopter that at one point was scanning simply over where we saw the crash zone. It's now come over to as far as us searching the shorelines, and that's kind of where we're at in terms of what the search and rescue efforts look like. But again, just to recap, we've been going on this for, I want to say, 4, almost 5 hours now of, I guess 4 hours now of search and rescue efforts here along the Potomac. You can see that there's still a very robust response over my shoulder of the emergency ambulances, the emergency crews, and the mass casualty ambulances. But you know, at this point, it's become a search and rescue operation that is now expanded from, I would say, it looks like almost to the Woodrow Wilson Bridge up to Buzzard Point, and that's a lot of land to cover. That's a lot of water to cover, a lot of area to cover, and in some of the most frigid temperatures you could imagine in the air and in the water. So that's sort of what we're seeing over here, just sort of south of Reagan Airport. Back to you guys.
Matt, thank you for that. You know, so Zoe, as I tabulate what's happening now, there's so much occurring right now. We've got what's happening behind Matt and what Matt and Alexis have been talking about, Leslie, all this activity out on the water across the vast debris field. You've got this NTSB GO team that's been launched, so the investigators are on the way to the scene to start their investigation
the
already.
Chopper there that we've seen in the skies with this thermal imaging radar.
Absolutely, helping them from the sky to do what they need to do in the water. You've got American Airlines. They've launched their GO team. They're on the way to D.C. The CEO is on the way to D.C. There is a mammoth effort right now that is going to be continuous until all of the bodies or any survivors have been found.
And this has been underway for nearly four hours now. 4 hours of seeing these helicopters in the skies. looking for any survivors. You have the dive teams out in the water. You have folks on the fire boats as well, just sort of traversing the Potomac River looking for any signs of survivors, and also additional debris fields as well, because as Les mentioned, you have the NTSB GO team there on scene. They're going to have to collect as much as possible so they can try to piece all of this together in the coming days to figure out what went wrong. And they're asking the questions that a lot of you are asking at home, how something like this could have happened so close to an airport. This is supposed to be, we heard earlier that, landing is one of the hardest parts of the mission for these commercial flights. And then also for this Black Hawk helicopter, those trained pilots on their training mission at the time, this was a sensitive area. And then you have something like this.
What will be really interesting after we get past the most important part, the most sacred part, which is, of course, trying to find the bodies or the survivors that may be out there if a miracle happens, is what information will come out of this that will make aviation safer? What will we learn so that we don't have this happen again, so this is not repeated, so lives are saved? And that's what the NTSB, former NTSB investigator Greg Feith was talking about. Whenever these tragedies happen, there's something that comes out of them that we are able to apply to our American aviation system to make it even stronger and even safer. Something went very, very wrong tonight. Once they figure it out, they're going to probably move heaven and earth to ensure it doesn't happen again.
Yeah, and we've seen so many warning signs. Again, we don't know exactly what went wrong here, but you talk about this area in particular, Buzzard Point or Joint Base Anacostia Bowling. Yeah, and you have the American Red Cross there outside of Reagan National Airport. We saw Larry Miller a moment ago. He said a lot of the loved ones, the relatives, family members of those who may have been on American Airlines Flight 5342 are arriving there at the airport, getting the support they need, also searching for answers as well. Again, like we were saying before, just trying to figure out at some point they're going to be asking how this happened. And we more than likely will see changes in this area because this has also been known as a trouble spot for so long. We've seen so many close calls in this area before. We've had these warnings with a lot of folks saying, this area isn't ripe for more air activity because of the airport, but also Joint Base Anacostia Bowling and the aircraft going in and out of there on a daily basis. And you saw this is what happened tonight.
And this helicopter wasn't even coming from Anacostia Bowling.
So
this is coming from Fort Belvoir.
Yeah, so you have this military training exercise they go through. I know a lot of you over the years talk about these low-flying helicopters going over your homes.
Yeah.
So more than likely you've seen this type of Black Hawk helicopter flying above your home. We know how low, this low altitude, how low they fly. And then you have this airplane coming in for landing at the time, so close to the runway, and those two collide.
And we're reminded that during times of crisis, we mobilize. We mobilize on behalf of our communities and we mobilize on behalf of the nation. And you can see Red Cross members, some of them probably likely volunteers who are part of their GO team too, that respond to these kinds of crises to be there for our fellow neighbors and communities in times of need.
And a reminder that people are involved. We're talking about the images we've seen. We have not seen the faces of those who were on the plane yet or in the helicopter, but we are about to get those answers right now. That press conference we have been awaiting is underway. You can see D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser there approaching the podium. Let's listen in.
I'm Muriel Bowser. I'm the mayor of Washington, D.C. I'm at Reagan National Airport. I am joined by United States Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, United States Senator Jim Moran, Senator Roger Marshall, Jack Potter, the CEO of the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority. We are here to brief you on the very tragic events of this evening, where we know a passenger plane coming to the airport here collided with a military helicopter. Our fire department, DC Fire and EMS, supported by fire departments and police departments from across the Washington metropolitan region, are executing a rescue operation in the Potomac River. They are working diligently in very dark and cold conditions, cold water, to execute this rescue operation. We have had the opportunity to be briefed by American Airlines officials. I'm told that American Airlines leadership is on the way to Washington as well, and officials are in the airport talking to families now. We do have a 1-800 number where families should contact us, should contact American Airlines for more information, and we will be providing that information shortly. I am going to turn to a number of officials to provide as much information as we can this evening, and we expect to have more frequent briefings at daylight. So with that, I'm going to turn to Secretary Duffy.
Thank you, Mayor Bowser. I think for all of us, we want to extend our thoughts and prayers to those individuals who were impacted by the events tonight, their families. We know this is a very difficult time for all of them. I want to join the mayor and everyone here too, extending our thank you to the first responders who, again, in very difficult situations and environments, are out there searching and attempting a rescue. Tonight, I spoke with President Trump and his team in the Situation Room. I had a conversation with Secretary Pete Hegseth as well, and then with the Kansas delegation and the mayor and others in leadership, as well as Governor Youngkin from Virginia and Governor Kelly from Kansas. From the Department of Transportation and FAA's perspective, we are going to offer full support to those on the ground, to the mayor, but also to the NTSB, who is going to be conducting the investigation in this matter. We are going to provide all the support that's necessary. Mayor.
Thank you. So with that, I want to ask Chief John Johnley from DC Fire and EMS to provide an update.
Good evening, everyone. I'm John Donnelly, Chief of DC Fire and EMS. This evening at 8:48, an alert was sounded, initiating a large regional response to a report of an aircraft crash on approach to the airport. This response includes first the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority's Fire Department, the District of Columbia Fire Department, the Metropolitan Police Department, and the U.S. Park Police to respond into the area and to sort that out. At 8:58, the first units arrived on the scene and found an aircraft in the water and began rescue operations. This incident has grown. There's currently about 300 responders working. We have boats from all throughout the region, police and fire boats. We have a mutual aid agreement in Washington, D.C., the National Capital Region Mutual Aid Agreement administered by the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments, and we're all operating under that. We're operating under a unified command. Everybody's together. So we also have requested state police helicopters from Maryland, and the Coast Guard helicopter is working. So this is a state and federal response as well. U.S. Coast Guard's got some boats in the water as well. So it's a highly complex operation. The conditions out there are extremely rough for the responders. It's cold. They're dealing with relatively windy conditions. Wind is hard out on the river. So they're out there working. We're doing everything we can to keep them safe, and with that, I'm going to turn it back to the mayor.
Thank you. In Chief Bonnet from MWA.
I'm Rick Bonnet, Fire Chief of MWA Fire and Rescue. Our unit, as Chief Donnelly already alluded to, at 2048, we received an alert from the FAA tower of an aircraft incident involving a commercial aircraft and a helicopter. Our units immediately responded and deployed 3 boats and immediately called for mutual aid resources. Again, as Chief Donnelly said, it's an active operation that's going to last many hours as we continue to work through recovery efforts and rescue operations. This will be ongoing for quite a while. Our thoughts and prayers are with the families and our communities, and we appreciate all DC's support to our agency and our federal partners.
So with that, I wanted to turn to the senators who are from Kansas who wanted to say a few words. First, Senator Moran, and then Senator Marshall.
Mayor, thank you, and Mr. Secretary, thank you, and to our first responders, thank you very much for all that's taking place here. I'm Jerry Moran. I'm a United States Senator from Kansas, and I chair the subcommittee and Commerce Committee on Aviation. So we have really a serious and sad circumstance that we want to be here to be helpful, and we're praying that our responders are safe and the folks who are on that flight are recovered. The circumstance I would describe is that I know that flight. I've flown it many times myself. I lobbied American Airlines to begin having a direct nonstop flight service to DCA. That flight has been in existence about a year. And it is certainly true that in Kansas and in Wichita in particular, we're going to know people who are on this flight, know their family members, know somebody. So this is a very personal circumstance as well as an official response. And again, we will do everything we can to make certain that we're supportive of the rescue efforts, and we'll do everything we can to make certain that our subcommittee and Congress is engaged in what needs to take place following the outcome of this evening and this month's kind of investigation. I've talked to NTSB, I've talked to the White House, I've talked to the Department of Defense, and I've talked to the CEO of American Airlines, and there is all of us pulling together for the best outcome possible. I'm honored to be here with my colleague, Senator Marshall, as we try to make certain that we care for those certainly back in Kansas that were on that flight. But it's a reminder that there are people here in Washington, D.C., and this region, in Virginia and Maryland, and many places else that fly to and from Kansas. And so we're rooting and supporting all those, regardless of where you're from. And Mayor, I appreciate the gathering here for us to try to provide information to those in Kansas and across your city. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Well, thank you, Senator Moran and Mayor, Secretary. You know, when one person dies, it's a tragedy, but when many, many, many people die, it's an unbearable sorrow. It's a heartbreak beyond measure. And I know Senator Moran and I are here just to say we care. We wish that there was more we could do, but unfortunately there doesn't seem much at this time. I want the folks to back home to just know that we care, that we love them, and that this is a time when we'll have to join arms together and help each other out. We've been through things like this before, through tornadoes and floods and things, but it's really hard when you lose, you know, probably over 60 Kansans simultaneously. And I don't want to forget the pilots and the flight attendants, you know, do their job, and the military personnel we lost. You know, all those lives are so valuable, and it is such a tragedy that we lost them. You know, I think often in times like this, I try to find a scripture that, you know, is apropos, and this is from the book of Psalms. It says, "The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit." Certainly we're crushed in spirit tonight. We mourn with the families who lost loved ones, and we truly are joining them in prayer and wrapping our arms around them in love and compassion. Thanks for everybody for coming out tonight, and thank you for your thoughts and your prayers.
So certainly I speak for the people of Washington, 700,000 of us who are extremely sorry for the families who are experiencing loss tonight. And so we want you to know that we will continue to work with American Airlines to share information as frequently as possible and make sure that we're getting accurate information out to the public. But my sorrow for all of the people and crew on the plane and our military personnel on the helicopter is very deep. I do want to turn to Jack Potter, who is the CEO of our Airports Authority, responsible for Reagan National Airport and Dulles International Airport, to talk to you about how the airport responded and what's going to happen next.
Good evening. As was said, I'm Jack Potter, President and CEO of the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority. Thank you all for being here tonight and under these very, very grim circumstances. First of all, I want to let you know that we're providing support to all the families who are involved. American Airlines has established a phone number for them to reach out. It's been published, but let me repeat it. It's 1-800-679-8215. So families of folks that were on the plane are asked to contact them. We did have folks who were at the airport to pick up loved ones, and so American has set up a center in their in their lounge at the north end of the airport, and we've directed the families there, and there are folks there counselors there to work with the families. We did have aircraft that were in the air. They were diverted to Dulles Airport. Some 19 aircraft. We had personnel, United and others had personnel. We want to thank WMATA for extending their hours on the Metro to make sure that those folks were accommodated. Right now, as was said earlier by the chief, we're in a rescue mode. We will continue in that rescue mode. I want to thank all of the mutual aid responders, all the counties, the district, folks from Maryland and Virginia. Everybody's on site doing the best they can, and numerous boats out in the water right now. NTSB is on site. I want to thank all of the folks behind me, the secretary, the mayor, the two senators for all of their support, and we're going to continue to work through the night. I do want to make an announcement. People are, concerned about what's going to happen in the morning. Reagan National Airport will be closed until 11 o'clock. That's when the first flights will take off. But we're going to continue to do our best and work through this situation over the course of the night, and we hope to have more news as it develops. But for right now, it's a very difficult situation out there with the cold. It's very dark, but there are numerous boats out there. There are dive teams out there. So again, we'll continue to work this situation, and I'll turn it back to the mayor. Thank you very much.
Thanks for that update. And you've heard that in the National Capital Region, the district, of course, is Washington, D.C. is at the center, but we are a close region. We have heard from the governors of Maryland and Virginia, the mayor of the city of Baltimore, all who have sent us personnel to help in the rescue operations. Last thing I'll note is just to our local viewership, and just please let our first responders do their work. Try to let our vehicles get to scenes and through scenes. We don't want anybody else to get hurt because of moving vehicles, okay? So we will be able to take a few questions. There's not a lot that we can say. We won't be able to say anything about an investigation. As you know, once Fire and EMS completes the rescue operation, then the investigation goes over to the National Transportation Safety Board. And I'm sure the Safety Board, NTSB, will provide information about when they will be briefing about an investigation. So we'll take a few. Yes?
Can you confirm that both aircraft are in the water, and perhaps Chief Donnelly can explain
what's involved in conducting an operation like this in these conditions?
Yes, both aircraft are in the water. The focus now is rescuing people, and that's what all of our personnel are focused on. And Chief, I think he's given a pretty good description, but if there's anything else you want to add, Chief?
I would just say that the boats are out doing searches. We have divers on both aircraft, and they're searching the aircraft at this point.
Right. Yes.
Have any survivors been found, and how many bodies have been recovered?
All we can confirm tonight is the number of people on each aircraft, 64 people on the American Airlines plane and 3 people on the military helicopter. And we can't provide any more information about recovery efforts.
The 2 people have talked about lost loved ones, so how do you know that there might be people who have lost loved ones?
I didn't say I didn't know people had lost loved ones. I said we can't talk about any of the recovery efforts in specific tonight.
Yes. Secretary Duffy,
I'll call on who's next. Yes?
Thank you, Mayor Bowser. Will this affect operations at Dulles and BWI? Will the Potomac River traffic be closed to boats?
Yes. And so Jack has talked about, can you talk about Dulles? I'm not sure we can talk about BWI, but we can talk about Dulles.
There is no impact at BWI or at Dulles. As I said earlier, our airport here, Ronald Reagan National Airport, will be closed until 11 o'clock. Obviously, that will be fluid. We'll learn more, but we wanted to advise passengers who might be coming to the airport in the morning that we will be closed until at least 11 o'clock.
Secretary Duffy.
A question for Secretary Duffy. Yeah, 1 second. You're next.
Hi, Mayor. Thank you so much. So, just other than the current situations, like we know the water is extremely cold and it's very dark outside. Although Senator is saying that there are numerous boats in the water, but what's the biggest challenges for the rescue team? What best scenario we can expect in the coming few hours till morning?
So the challenges are access. The water that we're operating in is about 8 feet deep. There is wind, there is pieces of ice out there, so it's just dangerous and hard to work in, and because there's not a lot of lights, you're out there searching every square inch of space to see if you can find anybody. Divers are doing the same thing in the water. The water is dark, it is murky, and that is a very tough condition for them to dive in. The question about the river, we'll make that decision later. The Coast Guard's on scene, and I would expect that it's not a high use time in the river, and we should not expect to have commercial, recreational traffic on the river tomorrow.
Okay, 3 questions. 1, 2, 3.
It's for Secretary Duffy. Have you been in touch with the air traffic controllers who were in the tower at the time of the crash?
I have not.
You have not. And second question, this is your first several hours in this position. What are your thoughts? What are you feeling right now?
My focus is on those who are impacted on this flight. And again, I've been secretary for a little over a day, and the tragedy that we're going to deal with this recovery, I think is touching everyone's hearts, whether it's here in the greater DC area or in Kansas. And again, I think everyone here is thinking and praying for those who potentially have lost a loved one. And thank you.
Okay, your question?
Could any of you give us any sense about how an accident like this could have happened so close to the airport, right in the heart of DC? There have been reports that the DCA tower contacted the helicopter moments before the crash to ask if they had sight of the aircraft, that apparently the helicopter reported that it did have sight of an aircraft. Is it possible that it had the wrong aircraft in sight? Do you have any sense of what went wrong in those final moments?
I know that the National Transportation Safety Board in its investigation will be able to search on all of those questions. We wouldn't be able to talk about that tonight. Yes?
2 words for Secretary Duffy. The first being, you were talking about when you were in the Situation Room with the President and Pete Hegseth both being there. Can you tell us more about the President's initial reactions to this, as well as Pete Hegseth, that this was a military helicopter?
So I was not in the Situation Room. I did have a conversation with the Situation Room where the President was located, as well as with Secretary Hegseth. We were exchanging information. I would just note that not just the local team, but the federal team has performed very well in this crisis. I know the President is incredibly concerned about what's happened here today. I'm sure we'll continue to hear more from him, and I'll continue to consult with him and Secretary Hegseth.
When it comes to the resources that you would be able to provide on the federal level, do you feel like you're getting what you need?
Absolutely. The President has committed to this team and to the NTSB through the DOT that we will provide all resources necessary as we go through this recovery, but also the support from FAA and DOT as the NTSB investigates.
Mr. Secretary, do we know the condition of these aircraft? Are they whole? Are they split? Are they pieces?
Again, I don't think we can comment on that. Our focus is on getting the passengers and crew out of the water.
And just one more clarification, because earlier we got guidance that DCA was going to be shut down at least until Friday at 5 a.m. I just heard
11
now
a.m.
it's 11 a.m. tomorrow. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, we can take a few more questions. A question here, and here.
Mayor Bowser, can you just confirm, has anybody been transported to the hospital?
Again, I can't say anything about the rescue operation right now. Who was next? Yes.
Yeah, Chief Donnelly, can you speak a little bit more about the unified command who leads this phase of the rescue and recovery? At what point do you then change phases? And can you describe to us the scene as best you can when first responders first arrived?
So I happened to be listening to the radio this evening when the call came out. I listened to the responders come in, and the initial response, they were very professional, trying to locate this. This is, if you can imagine, the river is a large black spot at night with no lights on it, except for a few buoy lights. So they were out there looking. The boats pretty quickly were able to locate one of the aircraft and get there. So that's what's going on right now. Everybody's working on that. We will reevaluate where we are with the rescue operation in the morning when we get a better sense of it, but we are still out there working, and we're going to continue that throughout the night.
Do you have a sense that there are survivors?
We don't know yet, but we're working.
Is any part of the search happening over land?
No, we're all in the water.
Yes. Oh, you got a question. Somebody didn't get a question. Hold on. Yes.
I just wanted to ask, do you have an estimate yet on how long the recovery efforts will take?
Chief.
So experiences like this we expect to continue our operations in the fire department for multiple days. And then I would expect the investigation goes longer than that.
Okay, you didn't get a question, and you were next, I think.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. My question is, do we have any plan to prevent future crash or future accident? Do we have any like to reform the authority, the airport control, to calm those people who are flying in the next few days? And also, how long the rescue is gonna last? Are we gonna stop rescue after tomorrow 11 a.m.? It's like diverse team, because they are still in the golden hours now.
No. I mean, I think you just heard the chief said we're going to be out there as long as it takes, and we're obviously trying to get to people as soon as possible, but we are going to recover our fellow citizens. Yes.
This is for the chief and Secretary Duffy. How do you balance the search and rescue operation with preserving the scene for the investigation that's now underway?
So from the fire department's point of view, we are always going to put people first. But I don't think I think our operations, because we have a unified command, we are all working together, and the NTSB is in contact with us, and we will work together to make sure that if there's crucial evidence that it's preserved. And that's something we do every day with our police department on crime scenes and things. So life comes first, and everything else is after that.
Okay, last question. Yeah.
Secretary Duffy, I just want to ask, I know it's early, but are there any immediate actions you think the FAA should take to prevent helicopters and commercial airplanes from getting too close to one another?
So obviously there'll be a review of what happened here tonight, and after the FAA studies what happened, we will take appropriate action if necessary to modify flight paths and permissions.
Do you have any more details about the helicopter mission with the Black Hawk? And Mayor Bowser, have you heard directly from President Trump?
I spoke with the President's National Security Advisor, and I have not talked to the President yet, and I do not know what the mission was. So let me close by saying again, thank you to the members of the press to help us get information out to the families. The American Airlines number is 800-679-8215. 800-679-8215. And I expect the airport will likely provide additional information in the morning. Thank you.
And other officials, the Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, who was really just confirmed a day ago, so he hasn't been on the job for very long. We've heard from the DC Fire and EMS Chief John Connolly, who gave us a greater sense of what this effort to rescue and recover has been like for the crews out there. He said there were 300 responders, there were boats from all across the region, that it's extremely rough. There are pieces of ice out in the water. It's cold, it's windy, the wind is hard on the river, that they are trying to keep all of the first responders and divers safe. And so this has really been, and he talked about searching every square inch and just how tough this has been for all of these hours, trying to rescue people.
Yeah, and he says the waters there in the Potomac are about 8 feet deep, so that's what they're dealing with right now. And you heard Mayor Bowser say right now their focus is on rescuing people. They didn't talk about the number of people who have been rescued so far, the number of bodies that have been recovered. You heard a reporter asking that question. They did not mention it, but we have heard so far, according to our partners at CBS News, at least 18 bodies have been recovered from the waters, the Potomac River, so far tonight.
You know, it was interesting hearing from the senators from Kansas. Obviously, they likely know some of the people who may be on these flights, but Senator Jerry Moran talked about how this was personal for him because he had lobbied American Airlines for a direct nonstop flight from Wichita to Washington, which started about a year ago. And so you could see as he was talking about that, how he was impacted himself personally. And obviously we heard from Senator Marshall too, who shared what he described as just unbearable sorrow and heartbreak beyond measure.
Yeah, and Sean Duffy there, the new Transportation Secretary, as you mentioned, not even on the job for more than a day now. Folks asking, okay, what's going to be done to prevent other disasters in this airspace in particular, because we've talked about those dangers before. This is not the day for that. As he mentioned, obviously the focus is on reuniting these family members with their loved ones in some form. And then at a later date, they'll figure out, you know, what to do about this airspace.
It's also clear, and our Alexis Wainwright asked the question, that it's not clear yet what that training mission was. We don't know very much about the Black Hawk mission outside of knowing that the flight originated at Fort Belvoir. We don't know anything else about that. And we know that in the midst of all of this, there were 19 aircraft that had to be diverted to Dulles as this was happening. And as it turns out, the airport is going to open sooner than we thought, not at 5 a.m. on Friday, but at the earliest 11 a.m. tomorrow, though I'm sure people are still encouraged to call ahead to see if their flights are actually taking off.
Yeah, and as we say that, Jack Potter, the CEO of the Washington Metropolitan Airport Authority, which oversees Reagan National and Dulles, mentioned that they're putting it at 11 a.m. right now, but obviously that's contingent upon what happens with the search and rescue operation overnight.
And Jack also said, and we talked about this too, that there were loved ones waiting at the airport for their loved ones to arrive. And instead of being able to envelop them in a hug, right now they are being comforted by clergy and others, helping them in just this devastating, catastrophic time.
Yeah, and making matters worse right now, Les, as we've talked about this all night, is you have this video of their loved one's final moment. So you see that, and then I'm sure you're still in disbelief. There's still that state of shock for a bit, wondering how this could have happened, knowing that your loved one was so close to runway 33. They were minutes from landing there at Reagan National Airport tonight, a mile away.
They could see it. It was in sight.
When it collided with that helicopter, and at this hour, at 1:23 a.m., they're sitting there at Reagan National Airport being consoled by folks there to give them the help, the support they need. We saw the American Red Cross there on site as well, helping not only those family members, but folks there at the airport who may have witnessed what took place a little earlier today.
And a reminder that we're talking about 64 people on that plane, 60 passengers, 4 crew members, and 3 people on that Black Hawk training flight.
Yeah.
And we're still waiting for information. And what all of them seem to suggest and to say is that this rescue effort is going to take some time, not hours, days.
It's going to be a while because of what you mentioned there from Chief Donnelly, saying conditions are extremely rough for first responders. He says, one, what we know, it is freezing out there, but there's also a bit of a wind there on the water as well. So the conditions just aren't right for these first responders, but we know, as he mentioned, there are more than 300 responders right now working to rescue as many people as possible. You can see this live look here, that operation still underway. They identified parts of the aircraft, so they know where they need to search, but they obviously have to cover every inch of this river to find as many people as possible, as much debris as they can, as they try and piece all this together, the investigation, but also try and mend the hearts of these loved ones who are hoping for answers tonight as well.
Mending their hearts and thinking about the hearts of all of these responders who've come from across our region for this sacred mission that they have now to try and rescue as many people or to get answers for as many families as possible. They trained for this, so they were ready to respond, but certainly nobody hopes to get this kind of call to respond. They were there within minutes of that explosion happening, and they were within minutes of really getting into the weeds and getting into the water pretty quickly after that first boom.
And think of the news, how we received it. In our newsroom, we heard about this passenger jet, this commercial jet, and a helicopter colliding, and you had that moment of shock where you just sort of
What did
paralyzed
you say?
for
what did you say?
like what? And you start thinking of the magnitude of this incident here, but for these first responders, it's go, go, go. You know, you get that call and you hear about the magnitude of it, and you just have to go and try and save as many people as you can.
And I think for us, we thought about the many people whose lives were impacted in ways we could never fully understand or know at the time, because we didn't realize how many people were even on either of these aircraft. But we're getting a sense now of the reality of it all as those rescue workers are up against the hour and up against the water and up against the cold and the wind and the ice and the conditions that are not making it easy for them to get the answers that families desperately want tonight.
And we're looking at this here, and I can't help but think about the lives that may be lost. We heard from one gentleman earlier today who says his 26-year-old wife, they've been married for a little more than 2 years now. She was on board this American Airlines flight 5342, set to land at any minute. And she is gone. She's the only person we've heard of, but we know there's so many stories that are going to be tied to what we're seeing play out today, as well as we look at that chopper there above the Potomac, still carrying out this rescue mission.
I know we have reported that we are being told there have been 18 bodies pulled from the water, but none of the officials wanted to go on the record at this point about any numbers, and I suppose it is because they are all laser focused on the task at hand, which is rescue and recovery.
And there are so many moving parts. We know the CEO of American Airlines is on his way to Washington right now as well, but before he boarded that flight to get here, he did release a statement talking about today's incident. Let's listen to that.
We are actively working with local, state, and federal authorities on emergency response efforts, and the American Airlines care team has been activated to assist our passengers and their families. We're cooperating fully with the National Transportation Safety Board in its investigation and will continue to provide all the information we can. Our cooperation is without pause, and we want to learn everything we can about today's events. That work will take time, but anything we can do now, we're doing. And right now, that means focusing on taking care of all passengers and crew involved, as well as their families.
So yes, he has the tough task of arriving here to help bring some answers and some clarity to folks who are waiting desperately for answers. And, you know, there may be people on this flight that he knows too.
Yeah, definitely the crew for sure. And also the impact that this is going to have on the air industry in the hours, the days moving forward. Folks who want to be certain about, you know, their next flight. You board that flight, we take it for granted. We've said you get on, you expect to make it to your destination safely, and then you have something like this. So I'm sure a lot of folks are going to be rattled tonight as well. So you're going to have to try to allay some of those fears too.
Our Alexis Wainwright was at the press conference at Reagan National, listening to our leaders talk about what they know at this hour. Alexis, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. As you guys mentioned, there's still a lot that we don't know at this hour. But one thing I want to go back to that Leslie and Lorenzo, you guys were just talking about, is the sense of concern and fear from other people who have to get on flights. I can tell you, since we first arrived here to Terminal 1, we started to talk with some of those people who were on board their flights that were about to take off. They were out on the runway, and then shortly after that, they heard some of those sirens as emergency crews and responders arrived here at the airport. A lot of them said they didn't realize what was going on at the moment, but obviously they were looking closely out of their window seats to see what was happening. And once they learned the sad news, a lot of them were nervous, they were concerned, they were worried, and a lot of them are now sending prayers to those victims and the victims' families at this hour. Now, as you guys mentioned, we heard a lot here at that press conference. The thing we want to focus on, though, is the tough conditions that DC Fire talked about working through. We know that they are working at the Potomac River. It's about 8 feet deep, a lot of water that they have to kind of wade through. We're also talking about divers who have to go in where there's not a lot of light around. That's something that DC Fire emphasized. There's also ice out there. The winds are high. The temperature is low. So those are a lot of concerns and things that they have to work through at this hour. And again, they're on a time limit trying to help rescue efforts at that moment. Another thing I also want to talk about, a key moment, is from Senator Jerry Moran. He talked about pushing for this direct flight from Kansas to DCA. He said it's been about a year now since that flight actually started doing a straight flight back and forth. And he says, you know, Kansas is a small place. A lot of people likely will know some of the victims and their families that were on that flight. So it's a lot of information for people to process at this hour. I can tell you, we've seen it quiet here at the airport. This isn't the typical scene if you come to Reagan National Airport. So a lot of people just concerned, praying for those families at this hour, and still a lot more information we don't know at the moment. But of course, we're still sticking here, trying to find out more information. But at this hour, again, we just know that there were 64 on the American Airlines plane. There were 3 people on the helicopter. And we also know that the airport, we first heard that the airport would reopen at 5 a.m. Friday. We can now tell you that we have learned that the airport will reopen at 11 tomorrow, or 11 a.m. today, actually. So this is a fluid situation. That time might change, and crews tell us that tonight. But at this hour, again, a lot of information still coming through, but we know the airport will start opening and having flights going out at 11 a.m., but that could likely change. At this hour, though, they have not told us as far as how many people have been recovered from the scene, how many people have survived this crash, but a lot of people just here waiting to hear that latest information. So we'll stick here and try to figure out as much more as we can, but for now, reporting live from Terminal 1 at Reagan, Alexis Wainwright, we'll send it back to you.
Yeah, a lot of folks just waiting for those answers. In the meantime, the focus is on this, what you're looking at right there, the search for any folks who were on that plane. Alexis, thank you.
You know, so we were talking about the controversy about adding routes to Reagan National Airport, and our local leaders had real concerns about this. And you sort of brought this talking point up earlier in the night when this first happened.
Right.
And this was sort of the worst fear of any person that had sort of talked about adding more flights and whether there's capacity and can we really handle this. Let's bring our Eric Flack back in, because I know Zoe brought this up earlier and we were kind of talking about it. And I know you've done some reporting on this, Eric, and you want to dig a little deeper into it for us.
Yeah, first let's look at that route. That was from Wichita, Kansas, right here to Washington Reagan National Airport, DCA. You might have heard just a couple moments ago that senator from Kansas say that this direct route just went into existence, just became a reality about a year ago, which may have people wondering, well, was it part of that ongoing controversy last year in 2024 when we were hearing about whether or not they were going to add routes to Washington National Airport, which many people say is one of the busiest, if not the busiest, in the entire country. We want to let you know that we did check into that, and that this plane, the one that fatefully ended up in that collision and into the Potomac River, was not in fact one of the ones that has been added as part of that ongoing discussion, ultimately becoming a reality in the FAA reauthorization bill that was passed in the fall in the later part of last year. There were 5 flights that were added as part of that reauthorization bill. Only one of them was an American Airlines flight, and that one to San Antonio. In fact, myself and a couple other people back in the newsroom did some quick checking on some of these commercial websites from the airlines. We can't see that these direct routes that have already been added or were talked about being added to the register of flights at DCA are even in existence yet. They still aren't even available. So not saying anything can change, not saying any of those flights will be pulled back now because of this, but if you had questions out there about whether this flight was in fact one of those flight that was just added over some people's objections over the amount of traffic and the amount of near misses that have happened between aircraft there at DCA Washington National Airport, we have now learned and confirmed that this flight in fact was not one of those, although it is new to the register, as was outlined by that senator in that press conference just a couple moments ago. Guys.
Yes, Flack, if you can take us back to remind folks, I mean, this has always been such a contentious issue because folks are saying this airport just cannot handle any more flights.
Yeah, I mean, anybody who's been out there knows the aircraft are coming and going. I spoke with an expert earlier, and they were just pointing out, and it's not just everything that's going on at Washington Reagan National Airport with the passenger flights. It is all the military flights that are happening. Anytime you're out there on the river, you will see the choppers going up and down the river, which is right along the airport. There is so much traffic that is coming through there that people already had concerns that adding flights would just create even more issues. The near misses that we have reported on date back at least 2 years, in some cases likely longer. These are near misses, which means there was not a collision, but it was close enough that the air traffic controllers, that the pilots on board were concerned that it was in fact a situation where a collision, a mid-air collision near the runway, just like what we saw, could have in fact happened. Thankfully, in those cases that we've reported on in the past, those were just that, near misses. Tonight we have a situation where it tragically was not a near miss. It was a direct collision, and we now know really just a tragic end for so many involved. Guys.
Black, context is so important, and perspective in when things like this happen, when tragedies like this happen, and misinformation can proliferate. And so thank you for getting us that information. And I'm sure, you know, as we took a look at the senator who was talking about how he lobbied for this flight, I'm sure that's weighing heavy on the heart, knowing that he had taken this flight and it had been something that he had pushed for. But to know that it wasn't one of those flights that could have, in terms of concern about safety in that way, that this was not among those flights. It's important to share that with people as we start to, you know, kind of connect the dots around what went wrong here.
Yeah, and as we spoke about earlier, that flight was just seconds from reaching the runway, within sight of that runway when this collision happened, and these near misses that people have been worried about literally for years, that caused an ongoing debate about whether or not to add more flights to DCA, which in fact they ultimately did, was the exact reason that people had so many concerns. So obviously there's got to be so much second guessing right now going on when you have an end like this.
It sure does, Flack. Thank you.
The news just gets, you know, more grim, I'm sure, in the days to come as we start to learn more about the people who were impacted by this, who were on that flight.
And so many families right there at the airport waiting for them.
And we don't know the families, the age, the ranges of those who were on board the flight.
I'm sure all of the above. So I mean, you're going to have people from every walk of life who ended up involved in this on their way home, possibly on their way to a vacation, who knows.
Yeah.
But never expected this, obviously.
Absolutely. Fleck, we'll be talking to you, I'm sure, in just a bit. I think we've got former NTSB and Senior Air Safety Investigator Greg Feith again on the phone. He's been such a vast source of information for us. Greg, are you there?
I am, Leslie.
You know, the last time we talked, you had already kind of laid out for us what is likely happening and what we know now. The GO teams involved, the rescue efforts, everything happening all at the same time. You listened to the same press conference that we did. What are your takeaways?
Well, again, they were providing, of course, information about the families. One of the big things that has come out of accidents over about the last 20 years is family assistance. The big real takeaway was back in 1996 with TWA 800 and having family assistance because family members weren't getting a lot of information. You heard tonight American Airlines has set up their care team. They've got points of contact for family members and friends to contact to find out the disposition of their loved one, to see what kind of assistance the airline is going to provide. That really came out of NTSB investigations, both domestically and then foreign. When I did Korean Air 801 in Guam, we had similar issues, and out of that particular accident, the foreign family assistance program really came to fruition, requiring foreign airlines to also help families have points of contact, give them first information. Over the years, it used to be that family members were finding out information by watching TV, and that wasn't good enough. And so now the NTSB provides, through their Transportation Disaster Assistance Department, first information to the families before they take it public to the news media. So you got some of that tonight where they were giving contact information. It is going to be closely guarded as far as the recovery efforts and that kind of thing, because it is a very long, tedious, and hazardous process. And nobody wants to come out with a number of how many victims have been recovered or what's transpiring until they are absolutely sure. It's got to be factual. And I think that's why they're so guarded tonight as to how the process is going.
Yeah, and we saw the explosion earlier as well, Greg, and it's safe to assume that, nothing is intact. So they're putting all of this together in terms of perhaps identifying some folks who may have died in this blast as well. So this is not easy by any means. Now, in terms of the investigation, we are nearly 5 hours into this now. What's happening at this hour?
Well, again, as we talked earlier, one of the things that there are two different things going on. Of course, that's the search and rescue recovery. And then the investigators are trying to collect that perishable evidence. They're trying to get a handle on the air traffic controller or multiple controllers, depending on how the tower was set up. Of course, there's been, and we talked about this, where I had heard air traffic control apparently talking to the crew of the Black Hawk, seeing if they actually identified the regional jet visually, and then giving him an instruction to pass behind it. That information has to be dissected even more because you had multiple airplanes in the area. We've seen this before in San Diego in the midair collision between a PSA 727 and a small training airplane, a Cessna 172. There were 9 different aircraft in that proximity. The air traffic controller actually told the crew of PSA that there was traffic at a certain position. The crew basically responded, yep, it's identified, we see it. The problem is they misidentified the airplane that the controller was referring to. They ended up colliding. So that's the kind of information that, while it could be obvious, and of course it's being played on TV and pulled down off the internet, you have to understand the backstory. You have to keep things in context. And that's why it'll be critical to have the cockpit voice recorder to see the interaction between the crew members whether or not they actually identified any traffic that was called to them. But there's also a recorder on the helicopter, and it's a combined flight data recorder and cockpit voice recorder. It'll be important to see the military crew, if what they did was identify the proper aircraft. It's obvious that when they were told to pass behind an RJ, they unfortunately struck this RJ that crashed. The question is, was that the actual airplane they were identifying, or did they look somewhere else, see another aircraft, and affirm it as, yeah, we have the traffic? So it gets very complicated. That's why you can't jump to conclusions. You can't take factoids and build the whole storyline this soon into the investigation process, because
Hey, Greg, I'm going to interrupt you for just 1 second, because I'm looking at some pictures, and if our control room can take some of these pictures that we are looking at that give us a better look at what we can now see of the aircraft in pictures that have been taken. I'd love to get your take on this. We're working on that, and we're going to try to get this so you can see it, because we're looking at a picture which shows the aircraft. We can see a lot of it, and its proximity to the actual runway. And I'd love for you to be able to take a look at this, because it still appears to be somewhat remarkably intact in a lot of ways for something that was blown out of the sky. So we're going to work to try to get these pictures that you can take a look at, so that we can get your insights on them.
Yeah, because I think a lot of folks were thinking that, Greg, because this was this plane was so close to landing, that maybe, it wasn't as catastrophic as it seemed.
Well, when you look at, because I've seen some pictures of the aircraft in the water, there is some information floating around that the RJ was cut into two large pieces. That would make sense. When you look at the Black Hawk helicopter, it has a very large rotor system. It weighs about 28,000 pounds. And when I've dissected just looking at the video multiple times, it appears to me that the helicopter struck the aft end of the aircraft. That would be at least midpoint from the wings back.
Hey, Greg, can you take a look at your screen right now? Because the pictures that we were just referencing, taken by Getty Images, are on the screen. And so it'd be good to... Can you see what we see?
I would love to be able to do that.
No, it sounds like what you're referencing, it sounds like you've seen the same pictures already, because we're following what you're saying, so you've probably seen what we're showing.
Yeah, and so with the aircraft being relatively intact but in two pieces, the rotor system probably damaged the aft end of the aircraft, sliced through the fuselage, separating it. The large explosion was the fact that there was contact in the area of the fuel tanks, which the fuel is carried in the wings on this airplane. So it's probably from the wings aft, because when you look at the video and you see the bright light that we all believe is the regional jet with its landing lights on, the landing lights are actually positioned in the leading edge of the wing. And you don't see any kind of black or any kind of shadowing or anything else that would suggest that the helicopter passed in front of the aircraft, the RJ. So given that, plus then the nose of the airplane pitches down, the lights pitch down, that suggests that the tail section of the airplane was damaged sufficiently so the nose of the aircraft pitched down. And I think that when they pull the wreckage and really examine it, it's probably going to be that the helicopter struck the aft part of the aircraft unbeknownst to the flight crew of the RJ.
How crucial... Oh, go ahead, Les.
No, it was just when he says RJ, just letting our viewers know, RJ means regional jet.
Regional jet.
The jet, yes. Okay.
So we're looking at these images here and seeing how, part of the Black Hawk is still intact. We can see pieces of this plane here. How crucial are these pieces to the investigation?
They're extremely important in doing a reconstruction of the wreckage itself. That means that they will remove both aircraft out of the water. They'll take it to a facility, and they'll actually lay out the pieces in their proper position for each respective aircraft, and then try to determine the actual impact or collision angles and determine what parts of, let's say, the helicopter struck the regional jet. They'll look to see how the rotor system may have contacted. This is an airplane that has what's identified as a T-tail. It's not the conventional tail that you would see like on a Boeing 777, but in fact the horizontal stab sits on top of the vertical stabilizer. So they'll be looking for marks to see if the rotor blade cut through the vertical stabilizer. They'll want to look for paint transfers. Both aircraft, especially the Black Hawk, has tires, rubber tires. So a lot of times we'll see rubber tire mark transfers on the other aircraft. That helps us position with very good detail exact impact attitudes and position, whether the helicopter was higher than the RJ, slightly higher, or slightly below. So those parts are very, very critical, and it's important that first responders help investigators by documenting the wreckage, because, of course, things get distorted as they're doing their rescue operation and recovery. So I always talk to first responders to say, what did you do as far as removing parts of this wreckage to evacuate a victim? And that helps me so that I don't have a misperception. If I find a part somewhere that is very curious, they say, no, we removed that and put it there, versus, nope, we didn't touch that. So now we know the positioning of each piece of the aircraft.
Greg, you've been talking methodically about how this process unfolds and how you get to these answers. When you're able to get the wreckage of these aircraft and you start to lay it out in the way that you talked, how long from the time that you start that is it to find the answers that everybody wants to know about? Is it months? Is it years? I mean, what's realistic in terms of helping people understand how we got to this situation tonight?
It's a very good question, Leslie, because it comes in phases. There's multiple phases going on. Of course, once victim recovery is accomplished and the NTSB is able to recover the wreckage, you're going to have a team of system structures and power plants people putting that wreckage together, trying to determine all these collision angles that we just talked about. Meanwhile, you have an operations group. They're going to be focused on how the RJ, the regional jet pilots, were operating the aircraft, policies, procedures, what they were doing. And that same group will be looking at the military pilots and their operation of the helicopter. What was the intent? What was their intended flight path? You're going to have an air traffic control group that will dissect the communications between air traffic controllers. All of this takes time. You may get factoid information released by the NTSB because, as part of its mission, it is to inform the general public as facts are developed and the determination is made that those facts are verifiable. They aren't going to just say something, because a lot of times, as we know, on the internet, you get a lot of misinformation. There's already been misinformation about the fact that they rescued 4 people. I mean, that's the kind of stuff that hurts the credibility of an investigation. So the board will be very cautious to ensure that the information that's released every day over some period of time is factual. This process, unfortunately, does take time. The wreckage, once they get it out and they put it all back together again, or as close to proximity as they can, that could take a week or 2 weeks. So within 30 days, we're going to have a lot of good information that has been collected through interviews, through recovery from flight data recorder and cockpit voice recorder. If those recorders are intact and have not been damaged so that the playback capability isn't compromised. But it does take process, or it does take time. And I think in the next 2 weeks, I would expect in the next 72 hours we're going to have some good information. But over the next 2 weeks to 30 days, we will have a bulk of the information we need to understand at least how this accident, the sequence of events started to cause this accident. We may not have all the infinite detail. That'll come out in the final board product in about 18 months.
Now, Greg, you talked about this taking time, and we see them pulling parts of the wreckage out of the water here, but how does it, we're also talking about perhaps 67 people in the Potomac River. How does that complicate this right now when you're talking about bodies, people being in this water amongst this wreckage?
One of the things that has to be done by the first responders is be cognizant of the fact that they do have to really compromise some of that wreckage. When I did Value Jet, I was the investigator in charge in Value Jet. When that airplane went down in the Everglades, it was a dual mission. It was to recover aircraft wreckage and to recover the victims. And it's a very choreographed process because they can pull the wreckage out without damaging it, and in conjunction with the NTSB, they can then manipulate the wreckage to recover the victims. But the NTSB's evidence from the structure itself can remain intact, or at least be documented as that process is taking place. It's critical to try and get the actual wreckage in its position because it too is perishable. If you start cutting into it, that changes the evidence. That could change how somebody may perceive or at least believe that one aircraft struck the other.
Wow.
It's a sober assessment.
Yeah.
And an honest one, right? And
it, like I said, I see the worst side of aviation every day in my job as an accident investigator. My mission and the mission of the NTSB and every safety professional out there that has to do this type of work is to prevent these accidents and incidents from happening in the future. I fly on an airplane almost every week. My family flies on an airplane very often, and it is my responsibility to, as an NTSB investigator, but as a safety advocate as well, to collect all the facts, conditions, and circumstances so that the loss of life isn't in vain. That, unfortunately, these people have died. But out of this tragic accident, here are the safety improvements going forward. So there always has to be a positive out of this very tragic circumstance. And like I said, we as investigators, I mean, while we have to remain objective and really focused and really compartmentalize the tragedy that we're investigating, there comes a point where, you know, in the dark of the night, as an investigator, it hits home because it could be our family members, it could be our friends. And so I think we all work collectively in this business, this aviation safety business, to prevent that from happening again and prevent that heartache. So it's an emotional thing, and when I teach accident investigation, that's the first thing I talk about with investigators. This is an emotional job because you are dealing with tragedy. You are dealing with a lot of emotion, and you have to take that emotion out to be able to do your job objectively. And sometimes that's very difficult. And other professions, first responders, they have to do the same thing.
Yeah, Greg, you talked about seeing the worst of aviation pretty frequently, but yet you still fly every week. So is there something you tell folks who are watching our coverage tonight and who may have a flight in the days ahead and they may feel a little anxious about boarding that next flight?
I trust the system implicitly. I learned to fly when I was young in high school in Maryland, flew my way through high school and college, and went to work for the NTSB and continue to fly, and I still fly today. I fly as a passenger on all the airlines. I trust the system because I know all of the policies, procedures, the training, the equipment that is utilized to keep the system safe. Is there going to be a tragic circumstance like this where this was an unexpected event, even with all the safeguards? The question is, what broke down in that safeguarded system to unfortunately cause this? And was this an isolated event or systemic? But I trust the system. What scares me more is driving to the airport, because when I'm in the air, I know pretty much what everybody's doing up there. We know that we have good pilots, we have good equipment, we have a great air traffic control system. On the highway, I don't know if the guy's going to try and cut 3 lanes across and, cut me off or slow down or jam on his brakes. That's my greatest fear is I'm going to probably get hurt or killed on the highway, not in an airplane. So to the flying public, they have to have confidence in the system. We have the safest system in the world, bar none.
So even after what we see here tonight, your message to people would be, trust the system. American aviation, by and large, is safe.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because, again, and that's why we have a robust oversight through the FAA. That's why it is incumbent that when we fund agencies that have these oversight and regulatory responsibilities, we have to have the highest quality people doing these jobs and doing it without overtaxing them, because it is oversight, it is enforcement, so that the system remains safe. And the NTSB has talked about this over the years in their probable causes in a variety of accidents where they found that the air traffic control system was deficient with air traffic controllers. We didn't have enough. And we've gone through that cycle. When President Reagan fired 5,000 controllers, there was a concern about whether or not the system was still safe because we were down 5,000 controllers. We're in a controller shortage right now, just like we're in a bit of a pilot shortage and a mechanic shortage. But barring all of that, we still have very good oversight, regulatory policies and procedures that keep us all safe.
Yeah, and Greg, as you're talking, we're looking here at the rescue and recovery operation still underway here on the Potomac tonight. And I know we've talked a lot about the investigation in terms of what went wrong and piecing the plane and the helicopter back together to find out what happened. But also, we know at the airport, folks are waiting for answers about their loved ones. So we saw the explosion here. We're looking at this wreckage. How long realistically could it take for folks who didn't make it for their bodies to be identified?
That is going to be up to the local coroner. That too becomes a very tedious process, a very lengthy process, because they're having to look at remains. Some of the remains may be readily identifiable. When we did ValueJet, because of the catastrophic impact, high energy impact, we didn't have a lot of victim remains that were intact. We were able to identify one of the pilots by just finding the tip of his index finger and comparing it against a fingerprint. So you may have to use DNA, you may have to use dental records, you may have to use other identifiable marks on the body like a tattoo. It's a very long process. But again, it's up to the process that the coroner or the mortuary people that assist the coroner will systematically go through to ensure that they have positive identification of the victims.
Greg Feith, we are grateful as always for your expertise and also for your heart. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.